inauguration at 6 p.m. Because we are waiting for our IEEE PES President-elect Jessica. And also I have seen actually that our IEEE PES Women in Power Chair, Romeli, is with us.
Correct,
Dr.
Babe.
Romeli
Is
is
this
with
speaker?
us. Hi,
Yeah,
Romeli.
bolo.
Actually, she is our leader. So under her leadership, we are doing
Yeah, bolo.
this
Down
congress.
comment.
We have around 250 registration from more than 30
হ্যাঁ ওই
countries.
স্পিকারের
So,
ওইখানে চাপ দিলে আস্তে আসতেছে আর
excuse me, if
বহুত
if
স্ট্যাটিক
anybody is
আসতেছে
not speaking, please kindly mute your microphone. So I know it is a working period for many of you, especially in Bangladesh. It is a working day,
কি করবো
and
এটার আমার কাজ কি
host, please unmute who is not speaking, kindly. So it's a great honor that you have joined despite your busy schedule. So I really thank the Region 10 PES chapters and other women in engineering members and other sections who have inspired our members to join this first IEEE PES Women in Power Congress in Region 10. I can see today's speakers, many speakers and many participants joined today to recognize this contribution, this initiative for the first time in Region 10 to focus about women in power activities and what are the best practices and how we can improve ourselves and how we can really foster the commitment for diversity and inclusion. So without further delay, I like to really thank once again to all the speakers and the participants for joining this Congress. So we will be, it is a great honor that we have so many accomplished speakers from different parts of the world and from PACE and different sections have agreed to contribute and train our younger generation. So we will actually first start with Bruno Mayer. He is an amazing PES leader, passionate volunteer, and I will request our host to read his bio to recognize his contribution.
Okay, you asking me to step
Our
in?
host, our host will do it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, ma'am. Hello, Bruno Mayor, sir. So I am Azmain from IEEE Industrial Aviation Society. So I'm reading your bio. So it's Dr. Bruno Meyer, short bio, works at RTE, the French Electric Transmission System Operator, Incorporated General. From 2011 until 2016, he was CEO of RT-REA, telecommunications subsidiary of RTE. He joined EDF, one of the world's major utilities, in 1985. He had been VP for EDF's R&D on transmission and distribution after being department director covering the fields of power systems dynamics, economics, design, and technology. He has published more than 50 scientific and conference papers, including a book on power system simulation. Member of the boards of the French Society of Electrical Engineers, SEE, and of the French CIGRE National Committee. He was awarded CIGRE's Technical Committee Award. He is an IEEE Fellow since 2018. He is a member of the board of the IEEE representing Power and Engineering Society. Bruno Mayer holds a PhD from Edinburgh University and an MSc from University of Sao Paulo and BSc from Universidade de Campinians, Unicamp. Thank you very much, Dr. Bunameyer, for joining with us.
Okay, so first of all,
Thank you,
oh, sorry.
Bruno.
Yes,
Thank you,
Celia.
Bruno. So I will request Romy, our IEEE PES Women in Power chair. Romy, are you here? Just say hello to Bruno because she's our chair. Hello, Romy. She was here. Hello, Romy. You have to unmute yourself, Romy. You have to unmute. Host, please unmute Romy.
Unmute. He said,
Yes.
it's okay.
So Romy, say hello to everyone as our PES Women in Power chair.
Oh, you teach me how to speak. Yeah, and greetings from Rome. I'm the chair of WIP. I'm very happy to have this, the first WIP Congress in Region 10. Actually, in IEEE we have other, Congress, for example, for the young professionals. But for Women in Power is the first time. So thanks for the very hard work for from Sarah, your team, and your supporters from the IEEE and the PS in Region 10. Okay. I prepared the presentation file. It's about 10 minutes. Sarah, do you think I do it now or maybe later?
Romy, I request you to do it during the inauguration when Jessica will come.
And I contact I think she now has occupied with other meetings, so I suggest, because everyone is waiting here, I suggest you start your schedule when Jessica, our president-elect, come, and then it's her turn. It's not let everyone waiting. She's very busy.
Yes, I understand. When Jessica will come, then at 6 p.m. we will start our inauguration. And then you and Jessica will speak as per our schedule. So now...
What time is now? Is in my time is 6:15 p.m.
But it is 4 p.m. in here. So, so it will be 6 p.m. Dhaka time, your inauguration.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Now we will start with Bruno Mayer. Okay. Hello, Bruno. Please go ahead, Bruno. We have just taken and welcome from Romy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So thank you, Romy, and thank you, Celia. First of all, I would like just to make a slight addendum to my bio. My bio dates from 2 years ago. So I was a member of the IEEE Board of Directors until the end of 2019. So I'm not a member of the Board of Directors of IEEE any longer. Since January, I'm not, but just to make things clear. So first thing, I would like to thank you, Celia, for inviting me. Thank the Women in Power for Region 10 to invite me. And I will say that I'm on Zoom using my smartphone, so it's not very steady. I'm sorry about that. My computer does not take Zoom. So I thank all the organizers. I recognize a few people I know, for instance, Professor Neil Nair, I think is connected. He was not long ago. I will also say that I'm very grateful for this invitation, even though I will not be able to attend the whole meeting due to different reasons. So I will not be there for the inauguration, which I hope will be great. I know President-elect Jessica Bayen very well, so please convey to her all my best feelings. So I will not present any PowerPoint slides. I will just share with you a few comments on my views on women in power and women in engineering. I will use for this my own personal, let's say, views and ideas, but also my own experience. I, I'm not allowed to be part of IEEE young professionals anymore for quite some time. So I will come back to a personal story which dates back from the previous century. So I'm sorry about that. At the time, I was head of a department in which there was, let's say, groups where there were managers. And I must say that at this time, we were several groups, all group managers were men, which is completely unbelievable. But at the time, everybody thought, well, that's how it goes. So it was a department which was about 150 people, about 15 group leaders, all male. Well, what I did with some colleagues said, okay, this cannot be inspirational. This is not efficient. We should make a strategic effort to hire women managers. And we had lots of women engineers. And I will not go into the whole story of this, but just say that after we did this move, we first hired the first person who was hired as a group leader, as a female. Then after 1 year, about a third of our group leaders were female. The quality of our overall management increased a lot. And we all felt like it was natural, and not understanding how it took so long for us to do this move. I insist on this story because this is true of other scientific and even governance ideas. In the technical fields, in the STEMs, scientific and technical engineering, math and science fields, sometimes we didn't see that many women in leadership positions. And it is my strong view that it's necessary, not only because it looks good on the picture, but it also is a guarantee for better efficiency. So it's a dual thing. Not only it's more normal, but also you have a better organization. And this was in industry. Now, if I continue my line of reasoning, I'm in favor, of course, of women in leadership positions. And now we have, I mean, if we take the case of IEEE, and Power and Energy Society, in this year, 2020, we have an IEEE PES president-elect, Jessica Bayan, who's a woman. Of course, there were others before her. And like Wanda Reader, some of you may know. And if you take the case of IEEE president-elect, Susan Cathy Land is IEEE president-elect, a woman. So, and there were others before her, like Karen Bartelson. So this is a sign that the society has changed, and in my view, to the better. Does this mean that we are there and there's nothing more to do? Well, the answer is no. There's lots of things to do. I appreciate the distinction that is made within IEEE between, let's say, women in engineering, which is the overall group within IEEE to encourage more women to join engineering, to women in power, which is a very nice, I would say, play of words. We have seen that, and I'm talking about experience in Europe, where I work, but also in other places. I've worked in Latin America, and I've been in contact with many industry worldwide. And I've discussed about this with some colleagues. Overall, in many countries, the percentage of women in engineering is about, in engineering schools, sorry, colleges, schools, universities, is about 30%, 1/3, which is good. I mean, we could have 50%, but 30% is good. The interesting thing in some countries is that the brightest students in secondary school, high school in the US, or I don't know the terms in most of the countries in region 10, but the brightest student between, let's say, 14 and 16 are women, are girls, but then some of them try and go, well, end up going to university in different fields like medicine, medical sciences, biology, and where the percentage of women is higher than 30%, probably 50% or more. For instance, in France, in medicine, more than well over half of the medicine students are women, and the young doctors are women. It's very commonplace now. But we still have, if I take the case of France, only 1/3 of engineers who graduate every year who are women. So this is something to be done there. There is something to explain that this is not a man's world. Engineering is let's say, is a bright people's world, and it's not reserved to men only. And if I now continue not statistics, because it's just, let's say, personal handmade statistics, when you look at women in engineering, and even if you look at IEEE, you end up having lots of women in, for instance, computer society or computer sciences, signal processing, telecommunications. But women in power had still this, let's say, image of being a little bit more of a man's world. And I think that our duty, and I'm saying I'm not talking about women here, I'm talking about all engineers and all power and energy society engineers, try to be convincing and explaining to the young engineers, young graduate engineers, the university people who just graduate from engineering, or that go into university, that power systems and power and energy systems are very fascinating fields, which are moving with society, which should attract the best. And I think that this is something on which we are working. I mean, I'm not talking about IEEE here, I'm talking about all engineers, but we still, for some young engineers, young women engineers that I meet, we still have this view that before I choose a university degree, if I go in power, this will necessarily mean that I will have to either climb a tower or work with rotating machines and things like this, which are great fields. I mean, these are fields also where we can have women. But there are so many other fields in power and energy which are little known. And I'm going to give you just one field, which is a global field which attracts so much attention today. And this is, I would say, climate change, to make it simple. Climate change is something where you see movement. I'm based in France, but I read the newspapers, and I just read something about Australia, that youngsters have filed a suit against, I don't know, either the government or something, saying that the younger generation is not looking after them. So sustainable development and climate change, and I tend to call it sustainable development, is a very important field. For this, we need clever people, brains, and I'm sure that we should share these agenda more with a, let's say, 16 to 17-year-old, and show them all this is a fundamental global society issue for which we need talent. And if the talent is man only, then we will not be as efficient. That's why I told that first story in the beginning of my speech. Efficiency means diversity, and this is fundamental. I'm now going to move to a last point of my presentation. I don't know how much time I've got, but I think that if there were some questions, it would be maybe less, more interactive. I'm still part since early 2019 of a committee, our IEEE committee, which was set by the IEEE Board of Directors, which is called Diversity and Inclusion. It's called, as a matter of fact, it's a committee on diversity, inclusion, and ethics. I'm not going to cover the ethics issue here, but more the diversity and inclusion. And this led to many exchanges between the members of this committee. And I have my own ideas, others have other ideas, and I'm going to share with you one idea. When I was in leadership position, or even when you're not in a leadership position, but you're in a position of hiring someone in industry. Again, I'm talking about industry, but we can take the same with academic. If you try to recruit someone and you receive 2 or 3 resumes, 2 or 3 candidates, CVs, and they are all male, you should ask yourself, is this correct? In my view, this is not correct. So we should make sure that, and I used to say this when I was in leadership position, which is not the case any longer. You present me, I asked my colleagues, when I got profiles sent to me, resumes, CVs and things, I need an equivalent number of women and men, or at least a third candidate women, because there are less women engineers, and 2/3 men. At the end of the day, if me as manager, I end up picking the man, then it's okay. It's okay. It's not a question of saying I'm going to choose necessarily a woman, but if all the candidates are men, then this is wrong. And my experience is that at the end of the day, because I changed this, I'm not the only one to do it, having all these candidates who are women, of course, lots of them are very good, and we hire them. And I think this is just a practical thing that can be done. There are other issues that I can discuss, but I'm going to stop now at this stage and see if there are some questions, reactions, and I can carry on like this for a long time because it's a subject which I really think is fundamental. So I'll stop here and thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to discuss or continue wherever Celia or others have questions.
Thank you, Bruno, for sharing this insightful thoughts about how you are thinking that what should be done to enhance or empower more women in engineers in IEEE, in power energy industry, and in different parts of governance of IEEE. So it's a great honor. So I welcome any question to Bruno. So participants, yes, we have one question from Salma that what is needed to be done to encourage more women to come forward? It's a kind of general question.
No, this is an excellent question. I can share with you an experience that I was not part of this, but there is another association called SIGRE. Some of you may know, I know that Nirmal, who's a great person for SIGRE, I think he's the chair of New Zealand committee of Sigrid, they've done this, which is have engineers, I mean, women engineers participate to some presentations in high schools. I mean, or either high schools or, I mean, organizing maybe meetings or things like this, but with a target of people who would be between, let's say, 15 and 17, when they're young enough, because I'm going to make a general answer here before, but if you take young women, bright women, they all want to work for Alibaba, for Google, for WeChat, for Facebook, or whatever. This attracts a lot of talent. We don't see the same natural attraction from the young leaders to go to women, to engineering, and to power engineering. And I think that showing examples of what is being done by some inspirational leaders, and this Sigrid has done this. It's to what extent this was successful is still an open question, because there's so many. I mean, the number of hundreds of millions of women who are between 15 and 17, very difficult to do something. But maybe we can think of that and be more present, so that the young teenagers, women teenagers, discover how fascinating our business is and how fundamental it is for the welfare of our society, of our world.
So any more question to Bruno? It's a great opportunity to interact with him. So Nirmal, do you have any question to him?
No,
that
just
can provoke thoughts to others?
No, not at all. But you know, I just wanted to show my face before Bruno disappears. So he's he's a very old friend of mine. He told me twice my name. I was just keeping quiet. I just came out of Region 10. We had a chapter chairs meeting, you know, conference, and that's why you look at me fully dressed here. And in New Zealand, we are all okay. So no, no comments. But I think one of the topics which I'll be talking today is also about unconscious bias, and I think he touched some of those aspects. So I will try to make it a little bit more Kiwi style rather than Bruno. He's from France. So me and Bruno, we go a long way back. We have competed for elections and things like that. And the PES community had two choices. Either it is French wine or New Zealand wine. French wine, I will always. But I just thought I'll show my face before he disappears. But I will be talking later. But if anyone, please feel free to ask questions. This is a friendly audience. It's very difficult to do the digital one, right? So I think Celia is asking people, hey, don't be shy. Women in engineering is not about women alone. It's about men as well. So that's, you know, we just wanted to change that part as well. So yeah, you will be talking about that.
We have to speak up. I want to hear your voices.
Exactly.
Everyone's voice. Everyone's
people should ask more questions, not standard questions. Ask difficult questions, so that we are all among intelligent people here, right? So yeah, that's the only thing. I just wanted to encourage people to.
So Dr. Salma, who has asked question from UK, she shared that we did something similar in UK through outreach activities where engineering academic and postgraduate students go into schools and talk about their experience in engineering as women to young female students. I wonder if there is a potential to create something similar to Women in Power. And that's a very good suggestion, Dr. Salma. We'll be thinking about it. So I will request everyone before Bruno leaves that to take a group picture. Bruno, can we see you again? Romy, so we want to take a group picture. Yes.
Hang on. I don't know why my video is stopped. Hang on.
Okay.
Or maybe it's from your side that it was. It says here that it's you.
The co-host, please would you please see that whether why the video is not seen?
Because it says that it's on your side that it's stopped. Ah,
Yes, yes. Please, please, yes, yes.
okay.
Sir,
Yes,
I'll
yes,
ask you
now.
to, yeah, so we can see you
I
now.
request everyone to, if you don't mind, to open your video.
I should run and grab a tie to be as smart as Nirmal, but it's okay.
I told you my excuse, Bruno. It's almost 10 p.m. right now here, but I just came out of chapter chairs.
Okay.
So are
Don't
we
worry.
ready with the photo? Yes, I request everyone. It's an amazing chance for all of you. Actually, I request everyone to write something in the chat box so that we know your contribution. It is important to listen to your contribution so that we learn from you also. Not only that we will always learn from speakers, we need to always learn from you. Okay, so let's ready for the photo. Asmine?
Okay, yeah, ma'am, I'm ready. So I'm asking everyone to please turn on your camera if you feel comfortable. And so we'll take a group photo. So, okay, here I can see that many of you haven't even turned on your camera. So please turn on your camera. Okay, so I'm going with the first page. Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. So now I'm going to the next part. So as our participants is more. So, okay, so again, ready, guys? 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for participating. And okay, ma'am, I have taken the group photo.
Thank you. Just I want to share one important thing just for your encouragement that we have open registration and we have received registration from India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Pakistan, Australia, United Kingdom, Brazil, China, Kenya, Taiwan, Peru, Sri Lanka, Panama, Indonesia, Nepal, Colombia, France, New Zealand, Afghanistan, Nigeria, Singapore, South Korea, Bolivia, Mongolia, Bhutan. So hopefully these contributors will join Congress in different parts of the session, although we expect you to be with us all the time, but I know it's very difficult. You have your working hours, but if you join any of the sessions, it will be a great contribution. Thank you, Bruno. So
Thank
can we
you.
move to the next part of the
Thank you.
session?
Thank you, Celia, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you
time.
all.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So for Bruno, I will request you to read IEEE PES e-news update and see other website to know about Bruno's contribution and connect with him and let him know how he can help you. So I will again request you to read IEEE PES e-news update this issue to know about Bruno. Thank you, Bruno.
Celia, are you here? Celia, Pa?
Yes, I was disconnected. So Anamika, please read Vivian's bio.
Yes, okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, here I'm reading the short bio of Miss Vivian Leung. Miss Vivian Leung is currently the grid planning engineer of Power System Business Group in CLP Power Hong Kong Limited. In possession of over 15 years experience in electrical power industry, she started her career in CLP as a graduate trainee and subsequently took up various positions in distribution network construction, system operation, operational planning, corporate strategy, commercial development, and network planning. In her current role as a grid planning engineer, in asset management development, she performs the planning and design of CLP's grid and interconnection system. She also formulates development plans and capital budget for grid transmission project. In learned society activities, Vivian is a committee member of the Institution of Engineering and Technology Management Section, a member of the Hong Kong Institute of Engineers and alumni of Women's Federation Hong Kong. Vivian holds a Bachelor of Engineering and a Master's of Science in Electrical Engineering from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University and a Master of Arts in Translation from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Let's welcome Ms. Vivian.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the introductions and thanks for Celia's invitations and thanks all the effort and arrangements. So I have problems when using my iPad to view the camera. If my camera is too shaking, please let me know. Today, my sharing topic, I guess I have 15 minutes, right? Please feel free to stop me anytime. My sharing topic is about the challenges that our PES industry is facing in the pandemic and the possible solutions. And this topic is actually a bit heavy and I want to make it less formal so that I haven't make any presentation slide and I hope it will be okay with you or okay. And it is actually a bit weird to see all the photos with people wearing masks all the time. Okay, maybe this is my first time to join the PES Congress, and maybe I take 1 to 2 minutes to introduce myself and also my company. Okay, there are 2 power companies in Hong Kong, and CLP Power is one of them. We are running vertically integrated business in Hong Kong. That is, we run the generations and also transmission and distributions and also customer services business in Hong Kong. We have around 6 million people in our customer base, and you know Hong Kong very crowded with high-rise building, intensive railway system, and lots of data centers. So that our customer actually have high expectations on us, and we also committed to provide a very reliable supply to them. And our customer minutes loss is around 1.44 minutes per year, and yeah, it is quite a good record. I have joined CLP since my graduate and almost 15 years, major in the network business. And I agree with what Bruno has just mentioned, that when I joined this industry, actually probably I'm the only female engineer to work in the site field. I go to the substations to do the switching, to do all the switchings, and also do the construction works. And then when I moved to the system operations, I'm the first female engineers in CLP 100-year history as the first female distributions control engineers. But we paid over the 10 years, we pay many efforts to improve the gender diversities. We go to university, we go to the college to have some talk to encourage more young people, young females to join this industry. We also introduce many mentoring programs every year to let them to know more about our industry, so that up to this moment, actually in our every unit, we have 1 to 2 female engineers more, let's say, around 20% of our workforce are female engineers now. Okay. Please feel free to stop me to raise any questions so that we are more interactive. My topic, the heavy topic, the pandemic. I believe everyone will think that 2020 is a very special year to all of us. The challenge followed by the COVID-19 situations are unlike anything that we have seen or experienced before. Since I'm from power industry, I would like to take this chance to share the challenge that we are facing and how we make change to prioritize the health and safety of our staff and how to maintain the operations of the power system and customer service during these difficult, very difficult situations. I still remember that in early February this year, right after the Chinese New Year, the situations in Hong Kong become worse. We all suddenly changed to work from home mode and also the school from home. The street and the shopping mall were so quiet at that time. So everyone said, we are living in an era of new normal and there will be more disruption in the futures. So that's why we have to think about this, is that how we capture these opportunities through the disruptions. And our company has taken 3 big initiatives to tackle this challenge. These are not some difficult initiatives. Everyone can do it. It's a very simple one. They are 3 main elements: plans, equip, and the right mindset. And my coming sharing I will focus to share some examples so that you will learn more about that. The first one is planning. I believe no one will challenge that the PES industry is kind of business with long history, and usually the planning and engineering work involves lots of process and also governance system. That's why we have a vision of process streamlining and also introductions of digital workforce. And somehow we are planning to transform our business from routine to smart, from complex to direct and agile. And the COVID-19 pandemic has actually accelerated digital transformations. In addition to these smart grid initiatives, such as the advanced metering infrastructure, remote controlled and monitoring, automatic fault detections and system restorations, to facilitate our workforce operations during this difficult time, we have migrated most of the critical applications to cloud. This is particularly important in the pandemic, during which the staff need to access all the necessary resources from anywhere and anytime. For example, say our site staff now can access the required job instructions and the network diagram through their tablet anytime, anywhere. They no need to go back to office to get the informations. This is more about the business operations. To our customer, because everyone is stay at home now, and we have taken this chance to refresh our company apps. And I believe, I'm not sure what happened in other country, but there is an interesting phenomenon in Hong Kong, is that when people stay at home, they like cooking. And it is very difficult to find butter and egg cream in the supermarket, actually. So that in our newly apps, we have introduced some new features and service, such that our customer can order the ingredient for cooking from our social enterprise partners. And they can actually earn points through our app store. They can also watch the electric kitchen freestyle videos with cooking demonstration by celebrity check, and customer can manage their electricity accounts easily with some energy saving recommendations, so that imagine customer can stay at home, manage their energy saving, set alerts to monitor their energy consumptions, and also build reminders and bill payment for their family as well. We take this time to launch the new service for our customer. Is actually, we would like to help keeping people connected during this difficult time. That's the first element we planned. We take the proactive initiative. And the second element is equip. That is, in particular, in engineering, that is how we enhance our execution capabilities through the process, through enhancing our process and technologies. Before the pandemic, we met our colleagues every day. Now we all go virtual like this Congress. We go all online. And thanks to the cloud strategies and the promotions of digitalizations, our cloud system actually can allow all the employees to connect to company network when they work from home. The cloud platform allow colleagues to deploy various real-time conferencing tools. Our annual general meeting, business plan, communications, and even our annual dinner all go online, but we maintain a high degree of interactions. And also the technical training, we all migrate to online lecture so that somehow as power industry, we cannot stop. We have to provide power supply to our customer all the time, and we need to keep our business running. That's why the cloud system, together with the cloud computing and big data, and it helps a lot to enhance the work efficiencies and also improve the services. Okay, the previous sharing is more about the business operations, and the final sharing is somehow we focus on the right mindset. That's it. How we help the community. Okay. Well, it is true that the COVID-19 outbreak have seriously impacted the city economy, and as a customer-centric company, we will think about what we can do to relieve everyone's pressures during these difficult situations. And this is Hong Kong situation. I would like to share two examples. One is that there is a recent survey reported that this year, as many as 30,000 students who are graduating from university in Hong Kong this year, they will face a weakening job market and lower starting salaries. That's very worries everyone. And young people and fresh graduates may feel uncertain about their future when entering the job market. And so that's why this year we have provided extra internship opportunities in different disciplines, including engineering, environmental affairs, IT, finance, sales, human resources. Somehow we think that this is win-win situations, because for those young people, through the internship, they can understand more about our industry. They will know they can gain practical experience and may consider joining our industry after graduates. From the company's perspective, actually, we take this chance to source the good talents. Apart from the industry, we have also this year, we have also increased the graduate intake to reflect the growing needs for young talents. We would like to provide more chance to the community, to all the graduates, and all the new hires who join our company will also put into a 2-year comprehensive training program, so that they will know all the foundations of our power industry business. Quite good to them, actually. Okay, this is to the young people, but to the community, we've also teamed up with different local community to donate surgical masks to underprivileged families, and also we donate masks to those students so that we can safeguard their health when the class resume. We have also partnered with some business customer to donate clothes, personal health care products, food and drinks, and antivirus supplies to the hospitals. We hope we can do more in the futures, and that's my sharing today. And I hope. Well, what my clear message is that it is very difficult time for us, for this industry, but I hope we need to keep moving forward, and we will continue to take care of our young children and our customer. And I wish everyone today join this congress. Everyone stay safe, stay healthy, and with positive energy. Thank you, Celia. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vivian. It's a great honor that we could know about your power and energy industry. That's very important, because there are a lot of young generation who are really want to join power and energy industry can also launch their own industry as an entrepreneur. So this learning through this pandemic process that you have shared will help them to have necessary skills so that they can prepare themselves to launch and to join the industry. So we have a relevant question from Nirmal that due to pandemic operation, has it impacted on planned maintenance in your network? Has the focus shifted to more around Kai-Dai, Kai-Fi instead of transmission of Sci-Dai and Sci-Fi?
Well, the question is any impacts to the operations and maintenance, right? Okay. To the operation and maintenance, actually not that much, but because we cannot stop, we have to send people like to the system operation center to work. But we have to also think about their safety, their health, so that we have some split office arrangement. Not too many staff stay in the one office, so that like for some critical locations, our system operation centers, our customer service center, those centers which have to run 24 hours a day, we implement the split office arrangement. Somehow the maintenance and the operation may not affect so much, but for those planning work, there is some impact because most of our supplier are from the overseas industry, and we cannot. In the old days, they will come to Hong Kong to teach us their products or to do the commissioning test together. But now we all go to online. One example is that recently we are commissioning our CCGT, the latest gas turbine, but one of the supporter is somehow from Germany. And actually we set up all the access on site, show the camera there, and then the expert from Germany somehow do the online virtual teachings, how we do the commissioning task. We still tackle it, no problems, okay. Just the major problem is the time zone. Okay.
Yes, I understand. Now it is time to use virtual reality. It's time to use the virtual reality concept to do the maintenance and other operations. We can think about it because there are many labs in Hong Kong. I know they have employed the technology of virtual reality to teach their students about the different lab projects.
Yes.
What my friends shared
Great.
with
me. Actually, we have also used the VR technologies in our training school to teach the new join company staff. They use the virtual VR technologies to taste the feelings, like climbing the towers, like do these switching step, things like that. Yeah.
Yes. So it will give a real feelings, exciting feelings, because it is pandemic and many people are depressed or many things. So this type of technology will bring energy and to help us to learn new skill. So there is another question from Shatabdi Dash. A very good evening to you, Vivian. I would like to know how challenging was it to be the only female engineer when you joined the core industry. It is really appreciable to see women in great positions.
Okay. Let's date back to 15 years ago. Actually, when I studied electrical engineering in the Polytechnic University, there are 160 60 students in my class, only 5 women. Okay, and only me go to the power industry. When I joined my company, there are many units. Actually, there are some planning works. There are also IT, but I pick the site work first because you have to know how people operate on site before you know how to plan the system. That's why I need to gain the experience, site experience. When I go to the construction departments, the first feeling is that because here you cannot see my tall. I'm not a tall girl. Very small you're okay. I mean, not too tall. Well, they think that wow, so slim.
But you are
And
big
then
in your contribution. You are big in your work.
yes, but whether you can do all this switching and whether you can go to side work or men's, and well, and actually I take several steps to overcome all these challenges. First step is that I have to prove I am somehow physically capable. Like I participate in those marathon trial walkers, 100-kilometer trial walkers, to prove that actually I'm physically okay. Don't look at me like so slim. And then through the side work, and I prove them I can do it by myself, no worries. And then it takes around 2 to 3 months. They finally adopt. There is a woman's girl that to work with them, and somehow I change a bit. Men, particular for sales staff, they are not so polite. I mean, they are sometimes they use foul language, and somehow I change a bit my style, not so to be more aggressive or to use their language. then they adopt me finally. Yes.
Okay, so that means so that people take you seriously, you have to look aggressive.
Yeah.
That's another important thing. Aggressive in work and aggressive in your attitude. And it's a positive aggressiveness. It's important. Sometimes the word aggressive is used in a different way, but what we are thinking that we have to show positive aggressiveness in learning our skill and in behaving and handling our co-colleagues and workers. Is it right?
Yes, and also sometimes the man college will challenge whether women can exercise their own judgment. That's why we have to prove our decisiveness to them.
Yes.
Okay.
So thank you so much for sharing your industry experience during the pandemic and how you are coping up with this challenging situation in power and energy industry in Hong Kong. That is very important thing to know. So with that said, can we move to the next speaker, Vivian?
Okay, thanks, Celia. Thanks.
Thanks to Jessica for connecting you with me. It's a great honor. So our next speaker is Dr. Shama Naz Islam, and she is from Australia. So I will request our co-host to read her bio.
Dr. Shama Naz Islam, she is a senior lecturer from electrical engineering in Deakin University, Australia. Dr. Shama Naz Islam is a senior lecturer. I have already mentioned. She is the leading researcher in the area of smart grid communication, IoT for smart energy application, energy management, smart grid data analytics, and smart grid security. In 2015, she completed her PhD from the Australian National University. She is one of the investigators of the project development of a proposed performance standard for a battery storage system connected to domestic or small commercial solar PV system that secured 1.4 million Australian dollar funding from ARENA in 2018. She has received Future Women Leaders Award from Monash University in 2017. She has been awarded Victoria Fellowship 2019 for her contribution in scientific innovations in Victoria, Australia. Let us welcome Dr. Shama Naz Islam.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this IEEE PES Women in Power Congress. First of all, I want to mention that I will be presenting something technical today. And my main motivation is that because we have so many young professionals and experienced researchers in this platform. So why don't I use this, and why don't I get the benefit of having some mutual collaborations on the research I do? So I believe I can share the screen. Let me check.
Yes, ma'am, I should be able to.
Okay, so can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am, you can see the
Thank you.
slides. If
So
you want, you can check by changing the slide a bit so that we can see if it synchronizes.
can you?
Yeah, it works,
Yep. Okay, that's great. Okay, so I will be talking one topic of my research, which is the communication technologies for peer-to-peer energy trading. So why the communication technologies part? This is because I did my PhD in wireless communication, but now I work in the electrical engineering discipline. So this gives me an opportunity to apply my my expertise and my previous experience on the communication technologies for different energy system applications. So let's go to the talk. Why we are considering this peer-to-peer energy trading. In today's world, we have increases in energy demand, and nowadays there are lots of distributed energy resources being installed in customers' premises, which gives rise to microgrids and different types of loads to be included at the customers. So because we have demand and generation both at the same place, why can't we serve the local demand with the local generation? So that's the main motivation of considering peer-to-peer energy trading. So we can have random fluctuations in the renewable energy generation, and also there could be randomness in demand pattern. So there could be some houses, if you consider a residential microgrid, there could be some houses which has excess generation and can be considered as sellers, and some other houses can have energy deficit and they can be considered as buyers. And together they can form a local energy market where this peer-to-peer energy trading takes place. So this is how it will look like. So if you have a microgrid, there could be some houses which has solar panels, battery energy storages, home energy management system. So there will be information exchange among all these participants about their energy demand and generation. At the same time, there will be power flow among all these, not necessarily through dedicated power lines. It can be done through the distribution network, and the financial settlements can take place between these houses. And if there is any energy mismatch that cannot be satisfied between these houses, there could be, those can be satisfied through the utility grid, considering that they're all grid connected. So, and there could be multiple microgrids, and there can also be the possibility of energy sharing between multiple microgrids. How does the optimum energy management in such a system take place? Because if you do not have this energy sharing in an optimal manner, the benefits of the participants cannot be maximized. So the main target will be to achieve the supply-demand balance in this local energy trading network. But of course, if there is the supply-demand balance cannot be matched within the network, the utility grid will be able to balance that. So the conditions that we need to consider, that the energy sold will be limited by how much excess energy is there at each seller, and how much energy is at each buyer. That will limit how much energy will be purchased. The price for peer-to-peer energy trading has to be between the feed-in tariff and the utility rate. So the feed-in tariff is the amount that the users get when they sell the solar energy to the grid. So if the peer-to-peer trading price is not more than the feed-in tariff, then it won't be it won't be beneficial for the sellers. And similarly, if the price is higher than the utility rate, then it's not going to be attractive for the buyers, because they can directly buy from the utility grid otherwise. In such a scenario, real-time pricing will be more useful because in that way, the sudden changes in generation and demand can be more useful to be exploited. And the profit at the sellers can be designed to recover a fraction of the investment cost. The pricings for peer-to-peer energy trading can be optimized at the sellers in that way. And the buyers can maximize the savings by choosing from which seller they want to purchase. Here is an example of how the energy mismatch, which is the difference between the generation and demand, how that can be reduced after P2P energy trading. So here we considered a network of 6 houses, and we observed how much is the difference between generation and demand when we did not use optimized peer-to-peer energy trading and when we did the optimum peer-to-peer energy trading. So overall, during the hours when there was renewable generation, we could see that there are some benefits in terms of reduced energy deficit in some of the houses. So for example, if I can zoom in. So here for house 4, there was some excess energy available during that time period if we don't do the optimum trading. On the other hand, if we have the optimum trading, then during that similar time period, you have a reduced energy mismatch during this period. So that excess generation has been used by other houses in that during that time period. So as you have seen that for effective peer-to-peer energy trading, there has to be information exchange among the different participants. So how this communication should take place between the different participants is that each participant needs to report the generation and demand data to all participants. And then based on that, the sellers can optimize their bids based on what information they receive, and then they can communicate this with the buyers. And then the buyers can choose the best bid. This information exchange can be centralized through a central EMS, or it can also be decentralized. However, the information exchange mechanism needs to have low latency and high reliability. So low latency means like the information needs to be conveyed to all participants with the within the least possible time, and the information exchange has to ensure that the reliability is maximum. That is, the chances of error or the chances of information loss can be minimized. So what could have happened if we have imperfect communication? So let's say we consider a network here where this house is having an excess of 0.5 kilowatt, this house is having an excess of 0.2 kilowatt, and these two houses are having deficit of 0.3 and 0.4 kilowatt. So if there is perfect communication among all of them, then the optimum trading can take place, and let's say this this house will provide 0.3 kilowatt to this house, and this house will provide 0.2 kilowatt to this house, and so on. All the optimum trading decisions can take place. On the other hand, if we consider this, the second example, when there was imperfect communication, and as a result, this house, which has a deficit of 0.3 kilowatt, if that information is conveyed to this house as, let's say, 0.32 kilowatts, and let's say this house has a deficit of 0.4 kilowatt, but instead, if that information is conveyed as 0.47 kilowatt, if that happens, then the optimum trading will not be able to take place, and the energy that will be sold from the houses, that won't be optimal. So those optimal decisions will become incorrect. So that's why it is very important to ensure the reliable communications. So what could be the possible communication schemes that we can use for the peer-to-peer trading? One could be the centralized scheme, where there is a central EMS or a central service station where there is communication capability, and all the participants, they share the information to this central authority, and based on that it computes all the necessary information and sends it back to all the other participants. So in such a case, if you have 3 participants or 3 houses, then you will need 6 different rounds of communications or 6 time slots. On the other hand, if we look for some decentralized scheme, one decentralized scheme could be direct decode and forward. So decode and forward means like you are decoding the message and then forwarding to the next participant. So in that case, you can see that at first this house, the house 1 will send the signal to house 2, then house 2 will decode that and forward to house 3. And each of them can do the same thing. So in such a case, we can see that we will need at least 5 rounds of information exchange or 5 time slots. So assuming that this second house can communicate with both the first and third house simultaneously. However, in both these cases, there is a significant number of time slots or communication rounds needed for this information exchange. So a low latency communication scheme can be used instead. What is this low latency communication scheme? This low latency communication scheme uses the concept of network coding or cooperation among the houses. So how this cooperation can take place? At first, this house 1, it transmits their signal. House 3 also transmits its signal. And at that time, this house 2, it receives the sum of signal, and it can relay back the superimposed signal. That is the combination of the signals from house 1 and house 3 that can be relayed by this house 2 in the second time slot. And then in time slot 3, this house 2 can send its own signal to both the houses. In that way, you'll need only 3 time slots to share this complete round of information. The benefit of this is in the centralized scheme, you needed 6 time slot. In the direct decode forward scheme, you needed 5 time slots, but here you can achieve the same amount of information exchange within 3 time slots. And if you have more number of houses and more number of users in this peer-to-peer trading scenario, you can imagine that the benefits would be much more significant. So I have tested this the new scheme on the energy mismatch and profit, how this communication scheme can reduce the can reduce the like losses in the information, and as a result reduces the error probability, and how it can minimize the impact on energy mismatch and profit. So the actual energy mismatch at a certain time instant was 1050. And when we use the direct decode forward scheme, you can see that this x-axis is representing the signal to noise ratio. That is when the signal to noise ratio is low, which means that the signal quality is bad, and when this is high, then it means like signal quality is better. So you can see that when the direct decode forward scheme is being used, then at the lower SNR region, you can see that the energy mismatch is quite different from the actual energy mismatch. But as the SNR value is increasing, the direct decode forward scheme can achieve the same around the same information as the actual energy mismatch information. And on the other hand, if you look into this proposed scheme, the red colored graph, the energy mismatch on that one, you can see that even at low SNR, even at low signal to noise ratio, the proposed scheme can achieve a more accurate estimate of the energy mismatch information as well as the profit information. So that's the benefit of using the proposed communication scheme, because it can reduce the level of error in the signal, and it can achieve the benefits even at low signal to noise ratio. And I have also computed the average error probability for such a scheme, the 3 different communication schemes, the proposed scheme, the direct decode forward scheme, and the centralized scheme, for different channel gains. So V represents here the channel gain. And I have considered the network of 6 houses and computed how much information will be incorrectly decoded among those 6 houses, and accumulated them and taken the average of that. So this average error probability, if you look into this, you can see that the direct decode forward scheme that has a lower error probability, the proposed scheme has a slightly higher error probability because it is using the network coding scheme rather than just individually decoding all the information. So there is definitely a trade-off between how much latency you can have and how much error robustness and error probability. Between the two, there will be a trade-off. So which one you want to maximize. The benefit is, like, even when the channel quality degrades, the proposed communication scheme, it can achieve the same average error probability within around 1.5 decibel of SNR gap. So within 1.5 decibel of the SNR, the same average error probability as the proposed as the direct decode forward scheme can be achieved with the proposed scheme. On the other hand, the centralized scheme, it does not perform well when the channel gain is decreasing, when the channel quality is getting poorer, because every information goes to the central system, the central node, and as a result, if one information is incorrectly decoded, it also impacts the overall error probability. So some of the references which I have used in this paper, in this presentation, is from these papers, which you can find from my Google Scholar profile as well. So I would say that that's all about the presentation, and I would like to take questions if you have any questions, or if any idea about having some collaboration. I'd be happy on that.
Thank you, Shama. Thank you, Shama, for sharing your research. It is very important because there are a lot of young researchers who really need to look through the power and energy research for making them competitive in this smart world. It is very important. We have a relevant question. I have one question I will ask later. Dr. Salma asked that she has two questions. How does the communication take place over existing communication lines, electrical line, or new infrastructure? Is it required? Or what software did you use in your analysis? These are the questions.
Thanks, Dr. Salma, for the interesting questions. So the communications, it can take place with different types of communication mediums. This can include power line communication or wireless communication, but my proposed scheme considers wireless communication, and it can be done through the cellular communication. Or other existing or the IoT technologies as well. So yeah, it depends on what communication infrastructure is available in those networks. And regarding the use of the software, I have used MATLAB to model the simulations for the peer-to-peer energy trading, both the optimization and the communication simulations.
Thank you. So
Hello.
hope Salma.
Good evening,
Salma.
madam. Hello.
Who is that? Please
I'm
introduce
Sujata.
You can write
Shall
the
I ask one question, madam?
Okay, you can for sure. But
Hello.
we actually encourage, Sujata, we encourage to write question in the chat box because sometimes
Chat
there are
box.
sound problem. Yes, and we lose our time. If
Okay.
we have enough time, then we can allow to ask question. Please write your question in the chat box. We'll be reaching to Dr. Sharma. So there is another question from Nirmal that are existing communication technologies good enough to realize practical implementation of the scheme proposed? What are your thoughts on 5G and edge computing as to help your concept realization?
Thanks, Professor Nirmal, for the question. Yes, definitely the existing communication technologies can realize this kind of schemes. But the issue is that the way all the technologies have been incorporated in the power system network or other networks, it doesn't really allow you to take the benefits of this kind of network coding or cooperative communication schemes. However, I believe that the existing smart meters that we have in some parts of Australia, we can really use that to exchange information among the existing smart meters. However, whether that technology will be allowed or implemented, that's a standard issue. And before going to that standard level, I do think that there has to be some kind of like pilot studies through which we can really claim that yes, this works, and there is a potential to be to promote the change in the standards.
Thank you, and hope Dr. Nirmal, you got your response. If you have more question, you can ask personally to Shama in the chat box. So there are another, just a clarification. It seems to like a protocol of ad hoc network topology, topology based and destination based communication. Is it right, Shama?
It's I won't say that's ad hoc network topology because it's cooperative communication, which I have considered in this scheme. But I have to be because I'm not sure like what's this ad hoc network topology you're referring to. Yeah, so no, I'm not considering here is it as an ad hoc network topology. It's not a secondary communication here. So yeah, that's what I can say.
Yes, another relevant question is how power will transmit from peer to peer and what type of medium you will take. May you please propose?
I'm not considering the dedicated transmission lines for the peer-to-peer energy trading among the different houses. Rather, I think it will be much more effective if we can use directly the existing distribution network, and where only the financial parts, the financial settlement part takes place among the houses, whereas we still use the distribution network. Even in that, it has the benefits for both the participants as well as the existing utilities or network operators.
And there is, I should say, this should be the last question, Sujata. What type of wireless communication are you using? Can we use smart antennas, or can we use smart antennas like metamaterial antennas like this?
Thank you, Sujata, for your question. Yes, we definitely can use smart antennas and other types of communication technologies, other types of wireless communication technologies. So the scheme that I'm proposing, it's not like limited to any specific wireless technology. It can be used in many different wireless technologies. Again, some conditions may have to be rewritten in how you are using that scheme. So that's it.
Yes, we are moving behind our schedule. Thank you, Shama. I had some relevant question because nowadays you talked about optimization. I work with artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning. So please share me in email that how you are thinking about using your machine learning, deep learning technique for your optimization and
Yeah, that
how
will
it
be
will.
really great because I'm also interested in those, the artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. Thank you.
I think that it will create if you have faster computing machine and then using deep learning will also reduce your error probability, and you can also go beyond more low SNR, signal to noise ratio, because
Yeah,
sometimes the
definitely.
noises are below 0 dB. So in that case, you really want something low error probability. So we'll discuss more about email. Just a thought for all audience that we can use deep learning algorithm in such techniques, isn't it?
Can you share your address, madam? I wanted to like a collaboration work. I wanted to convey
Yeah,
with
I can
madam.
type in my
Yeah.
my email ID in the chat window, and yeah, you can send me an email
Yes,
there.
Rajini,
I'll be
Because
very
we were
happy to
concerned.
collaborate.
Yeah,
of
thank you.
course. You can connect via email and also in the chat box.
Yep.
So that's it. So thank you, Shama, for making your
Thank you.
time and for valuable your contribution. Look forward to having more collaboration, which is very important among Region 10 PS chapters. Okay, we can find a research
Thanks.
group and we can really make it a global thing. So I am looking at the participants list. I don't see our next speaker is from China. She is Jin Fi Chen. Are you there, Jin Fi Chen? So if not, I will be looking at checking it, and then we move to the next speaker, Nirmal. Can we go for Lakshita first,
Uh,
because she
yes,
told that her university
yes.
will be closed right there. Are you
Uh,
staying at home, Nirmal?
no, I am at office. So what I'll do
Or-
is I will do it within 5 minutes, right? So, and then if there are any questions, we can take it later, and I'll pass it to Lakshita. So because both of us have to get out of this building before 12.
Oh, okay, okay. Then
Okay.
we have 25 minutes. No
Right.
problem.
So I will go first. Lakshita, you are okay, right? I go first. I'll just complete fast, and then you can comment down. Is that
No
okay,
problem.
Lakshita?
Yes, yes, that's totally fine.
Okay, fantastic. So let me get started. So let's forget about the introduction and all that kind of stuff. I will introduce myself if it's okay. Yep. And let me share my screen. Or do you want to do the introduction? Because this is being recorded, right? Oh, and many people might not know me. So why don't you quickly introduce me? Is that screen or what? Something comes, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do it quickly.
You can just put it on the screen and I can just read it myself. That's fine. I'll self-introduce.
Okay, sir. Okay. So just share it. Is it visible, sir?
It's just coming. Oh, fantastic. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Oh, I look the same. Okay. So, so yeah. First of all, thanks, Celia, for inviting me. We had a IEEE PES chapter chairs training, right, along with PowerCon this morning. So that's why I'm fully dressed. Usually I'm not like this. I'm pretty relaxed on a Saturday. But okay, so that's my bio. I think you can see it out. You can read it out. I think this talk, when Celia mentioned, usually I usually give technical talks. I usually don't give any other talks. So my background is mostly on power system protection, and I do that through CGRAPE, and that's how I come to know most of the women leaders. I'll talk about that shortly. And the other part is I do on electricity markets. And I have been a student member for IEEE IEEE since 1989, last century. So I'm a last century person like Bruno, but I think I was at an exciting time where all the technologies came together. So that is pretty much me. So thanks for, excuse me, thanks for showing this stuff. I have operated in 3 different countries, India, US, and New Zealand. Within India as well, I've moved all over the place. My father was in the defense, so we moved all over the place. So I'll talk a little bit about that shortly. And so that's pretty much me. So if you could just unshare, that would be great. Okay, thanks. And I'll just share, my talk is going to be slightly different today. This is the first time I'm doing such a talk, so please bear with me. And I titled it slightly differently, and this was around unconscious bias. So for the people who have actually come to this meeting, this Women in Engineering, and I think it's about, so I've titled it as Unconscious Bias, Diversity, Inclusion, Visibility, and Leadership through the lens of an IEEE long-standing member. So I've been a member since 1989. So what I wanted to talk very quickly is about my perception of an unconscious bias in this forum. So basically, I come from a matrilineal society. Very few people know that, but I originally come from Kerala. I've never lived there. So I come from a matriarchal society. So I have certain unconscious bias in myself. So, but anyway, I'll try to define what unconscious bias are. This audience here might know many of these terms. But basically, they are social stereotypes about certain groups of people that individuals from outside feel based on their conscious awareness. Now, in HR terms, there are 5 types of biases: affinity bias, halo effect, horn effect, attribution bias, and confirmation bias. So while I was preparing for this presentation, I kind of looked at whether I fit in any one of those biases. So the affinity bias is usually associated with when you are in any position where you try to associate with your kind of people, right? So affinity bias, I used to have it long time ago, but I traveled quite a bit, so I don't think I have that in me. There's also what is called as a halo effect. Sometimes we look at a person, we judge a person based on the strength of what they do. And then, so that is a positive bias effect. But sometimes the other way around, because we judge people based on what they did wrong or something like that, and then we go that way. These are all biases which are used in HR recruitment, for instance. There's also what is called as an attribution bias. Attribution bias is very common in engineers, where they think, okay, they achieved a certain thing because they are good, or they couldn't reach the top part because of some impediments of environment. But when they try to judge the other person, they don't give that benefit of the doubt, right? So sometimes it's possible you might say, hey, basically that is a very common kind of a bias in high achieving competitive structures, right? So I think I used to have that much long time ago, but now I'm kind of mellowed. I don't think I have that currently. But you have to grow out of it. There's also a confirmation bias, and this is the most difficult one. It's confirmation bias is when you're actually having a people and you're choosing some people for certain role, you already have made a judgment on them, and therefore then you try to adjust with it. So I think I have chosen IEEE PES because most of us have come here not because of this is not going to pay our jobs or anything like that, but basically because we love this organization and professionally we feel it might go. So I just thought I'll share some quick ideas around biases and things like that. And so it's a journey for me. I think, yeah, consciously we need to change it. One of the things which I can talk to you about IEEE PES is, and I think when Jessica comes, she will talk about it. We have taken a pledge in IEEE PES this year that we will not have a same-sex panel anymore in any of the IEEE PES sponsored conference. I think that's a great idea. You should not have a same-sex panel. Means it should not be fully women, it should not be fully man, it should be not fully young professionals or whatever it is going forward. Let's see how it goes. But this is a first step I think PES is taking. And I think Bruno mentioned something about secret and things like that. And I think Romy Lee will talk a little bit about that. A couple of role models for me in this thing around biases, leadership, visibility, and things like that, I would like to point out Roy Lee. Me and Roy go a long way back through CGRE and things like that. And within Region 10, I think I would like to, I think I saw Zuhaina. I think she's one of our role models for me. So, so I think if you want to change your biases, you should understand yourself and then try to change. So that's the only short pitch I want to do. And if you have any questions, try to put it in the chat and we will pick it up. But I just want to give the rest of the time to Lakshita. She wants to talk something exciting about research. So Celia, that's pretty much from me. So, but I'll be waiting here unless until someone comes and kicks us out both. So that's me.
No, it's okay. Thank you for sharing your quick points about diversity inclusion. So Lakshmita, Shukanna, would you please share Lakshita's bio? Yes, she was just after Nirmal. She actually, Lakshita requested 13th, but just before the program, Lakshita requested that whether she can be accommodated today because she's in New Zealand.
Thanks
yes, a lot. Originally. So immediately, just before the program, we tried to accommodate her.
Oh, thanks a lot. Really appreciate that.
Yes, because it's very late in New Zealand.
Yes, it is.
Hello, Professor Sheila. This is Jessica.
Hello, Jessica. We are just on time. We are waiting for you.
We're all volunteers. We're working for everyone, including myself and you as well. So thank you for organizing this.
Thank you. Yes, we started at 4 to accommodate New Zealand, Singapore, Hong Kong, China people, and then we decided that we'll do the inauguration at 6 p.m. Bangladesh time, so that you can get a little bit time. Thank you for joining.
That. Sure.
We have received registration from 25 countries, Jessica. I will be telling about it more.
Nice.
Hope they will appear in different parts of the session, not in all sessions.
Thank you. I just sent you my bio and the PPT, the presentation. Okay. I'm gonna share. Yeah, I'll drive and I'll share my screen, so it'll be easier and time saver. To do it.
So I'd like to introduce all Jessica Pian. She's our IEEE PES President-elect. Actually, it's a great honor that she's here. So I will request Jessica to listen to our young volunteers, PES volunteer from New Zealand. So please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I share my screen? Yeah, I'll just go ahead. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see. You can give us a full slide. Yes.
Okay. So I would like to thank Dr. Celia for giving me this opportunity to present at IEEE PES Women in Power Congress for the Region 10. When I contacted, when we got in touch, you talked about like I should talk about more how to motivate and inspire young women in power sector. So my topic would be more about the resilience, challenges and strategies. This is my PhD topic here in New Zealand with the University of Auckland, along with the IEEE PES activities we are doing here in New Zealand. So I'll just start with my background first. I'm basically from India, Delhi, and I received my Bachelor of Technology degree and Master of Technology degree from Delhi only. Right now I'm pursuing doctorate degree, as I mentioned before, at University of Auckland. And my topic is on reliability and resilience of power system. And I got the funding from Resilience Nature's Challenges, New Zealand. It's a committee here. They're working towards the natural disaster, like how it's affecting the electricity sector and how to minimize the outages because of those natural disasters. Previously, I have worked with TERI, the Energy and Resource Institute, and I was working in the solar lighting laboratory, and I tested solar lamps and solar home lighting appliances. And that's how I got the idea of doing my PhD. I'll talk about it more in my next slides. And here in New Zealand, I'm actively engaged with the IEEE PES North Section New Zealand and CIGRE New Zealand. We are doing a lot of activities with both the committees here in New Zealand, and I recently joined both the committees last year only. For the CIGRE New Zealand, I'm representing Women in Engineering and the Next Generation Network, and for IEEE PES North Section, I'm representing Women in Power sector. So how did I come across, how did I decide my PhD proposal? When I was working with Terry, I was working in the solar lighting laboratory, and I had these 4 questions in my mind because I met a few people from Kenya and few people from Afghanistan, and the groups were from the unelectrified areas. Yeah, sorry, there were some voices, yeah. So both groups were from unelectrified areas, and they talked about the skills they want to learn, and they don't know how to operate the solar appliances, portable solar appliances, and they know that this technology is there. Then I came across, then I read about it, and I thought to get into more about reliability, energy efficiency, to do research on renewable energy. Then I did my master's in quality management, and I had an idea to do something for the cities, which is like the electricity is not there. Then I decided to do and continue my work on reliability and resilience of power system. So here at University of Auckland, my topic is basically how to enhance the resilience and how to improve the reliability. So what is resilience exactly? Resilience is when some natural disaster or some high impact weather scenarios affecting the power system and leading to outage and destroying the infrastructure. So I came across with these threads when I read about the resilience framework and metrics in IEEE transaction and journal papers. Then I thought to work on the natural disaster. Yes, we cannot predict natural disaster, but we can come up with the risk management framework. We can develop preventing and corrective actions for that. So I'm going to divide, because I just started my PhD, so I'm going to divide this into 3 time periods. Basically, pre-high impact weather scenarios, during high impact weather scenarios, and post-high impact weather scenarios. So I'm going to come up with the management strategies for those 3 different time periods. And the second thing I'm going to do, this is the first thing I'm going to do to develop the risk management strategies and risk management framework. And the second thing I'm trying to do here, I'm going to develop a mathematical model so that we can serve during the high impact weather scenario or post impact weather scenario, we can serve the critical load, for example, hospitals and the necessary load we need to serve. So in the second mathematical model, the second objective I have, I'm going to include the uncertainty in the system because we know there are a lot of uncertainties like the generation units and the demand load. And then I will proceed with the market price because it affects the financial aspect of the renewable energy system. So I'm gonna work on that as well. Here, age of equipment because it affects the maintenance of the power system. So I'm going to use the distribution function, community distribution function and probability function. And then I will include the high penetration of renewable with my mathematical model. So this is the risk management. This is the flowchart I've developed. I'm going to work on this because to develop the risk management framework, we have to come up with the risk matrix to identify the risk with the system. Only then we can know that how to prevent those risks. For example, in the infrastructure, every component is dependent on the other component if some component fails. So, and I've read there's a research gap in the resilience. The dependency of the component, they don't talk about it. So I'm going to include this all research gap in my research to enhance the resilience of the power system. What are we doing exactly in New Zealand, IEEE PES? So we have decided to go ahead with the lifelong learning series here in New Zealand. It's going to happen every 3rd Friday of every month. So the first one was about to happen with Dr. Jessica Bien, but unfortunately because of COVID-19, we couldn't do that. She was about to come to Auckland and we were about to deliver this. We were prepared to deliver the talk, but because of COVID-19, we couldn't do that. For the second talk we delivered with Dr. Safer, it was more about, we delivered it virtually, and it was about the global electrical power sector engaging with environmental issues. The most interesting thing we did the fishbowl conversation. It was the first fishbowl conversation we had online. I've never seen the fishbowl conversation, I think, around the world. Nobody has done it virtually because it is more about interacting with each other. So, but we did it virtually. It was quite difficult to conduct it, but we had very good participants. It was about 20-25 participants from like India and Bangladesh and different countries we had. And the fishbowl conversation was more about the capabilities and skills students or industry professionals should have nowadays in the current market, and what are the opportunities we have in the current market. And Dr. Saifu really guided them very well. This is a LinkedIn page we have for the IEEE PES New Zealand North section. If any one of you is interested to join our webinar sessions and fishbowl conversation, you can get the updates from our LinkedIn page. We'll be updating it every time we are having any new session. So I will just talk briefly about the power system group here at University of Auckland. We are almost 10 students, but we have 4 female. The one is missing here in the picture. And I have never, there is no other group at University of Auckland who has more than 2 female, which is quite progressive here. And the thing we do here, we collaborate instead of competing, and we meet once in a week to talk about our research progress. And we believe in growing together, and we talk about the challenges we are facing right now. This is my last slide, and I would like to share a few points. I know all of you know this because this is so basic, but what I felt after coming here, when I came here, I got to know that I was the youngest, I was one of the youngest PhD student here at University of Auckland in the electrical department. But I was the only young woman in the early 20s who came for the PhD. So it's not about the age, it's about the passion, or it's about your research interest you have. You should just go ahead with the interest and your passion and try to find a good supervisor. So here I will like to mention that we are really fortunate here to have really good mentor and advisor here. I worked previously with a lot of managers, but I think this is the best one I had in a while. Yeah, so be aware of the research gaps you have. Try to learn new skills because every day new technology is there and new skill we have to learn. And try to collaborate with your fellow mates. It is more fun doing like work together. And yes, that's I mentioned before as well. And if someone is interested to do a PhD in early 20s, please go ahead and try to get more information about the research interest for your advisor and mentor and what kind of environment they have abroad. Because I think it's quite difficult to go abroad and leave everything behind in your home country. So try to get more information about that. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Celia, for the opportunity you gave.
Thank you, Lakshita. It's great to know about your work and how you are creating impact to the community by your research and by your collaborative activities. Actually, very important. So this reliability and resilience of power system is very important, and this reliability study, because nowadays there are a lot of network is going on, but studying reliability is very important. But you know, there are a lot of techniques, optimization techniques for reliability and other things, but sometimes people think that it is very mathematical things, and people fear it. And in our cases, we are coming from a high strength engineering university. Sometimes when the course is offered, many students are not very keen to embrace it because it has a lot of challenges, reliability and resilience. So I'm really, it's a great honor, and I feel proud about you that you are working in such a challenging area. So we will be having separate session with you, and so that we can inspire more women to work in power system reliability and resilience. It's very important. Also, we can see the opportunities of how we can incorporate this emerging technology like deep learning, machine learning, AI in your network, because then you can work with many interdisciplinary people. They will give you computational knowledge, and you will give them the inside knowledge about the power system and what is happening and what are the factors to be considered. So thank you, Lakshita. So I will request you to connect with Lakshita, and if you have any question, and she's coming from New Zealand North section, is a great thing to know about New Zealand section. Thanks to Nirmal for mentoring such young talents, which is very, very important.
They mentor me. They reverse mentor me. It is the other way around.
Okay, thank you. Lakshmita, I don't see any question in the chat box, but I have given you 2 lines that we have to overcome the fear of studying the reliability and resilience of power system, and at the same time to make our research more up to date and to embrace with interdisciplinary people, we can apply the machine learning and deep learning techniques to your research, so that it becomes more versatile and we have a better research group, and we can connect many Region 10 researchers to this research community, not only from your PhD research group, many groups in Region 10. That is actually the vision. That is another way of increasing that women in power members, to recruit more members from different disciplines. That is one common question from our PES president-elect, that what should we do to recruit more women in power members? I think this is my the way I follow, that I bring many people on board who are from different disciplines and with whom we can share knowledge. And that is another way of recruiting women in power member. If we always remain within the same thing, and then we cannot recruit more, because we will be within the same people. So that's my suggestion to all of you. Hope you will help me and the whole team of Region 10 to reach that goal, to recruit more members in Women in Power. Thank you, Lakshmita, for your sound contribution.
Thank you.
So
yes, Jessica, can I add a few words?
Yes.
Can I add a few words? Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo what you just said. Well said. And I also want to say thank you, Professor Neer, for bringing such talent to our community. Yes, I'm a big fan. I can tell that I have the presentation. That's exactly what we needed. Is we have a pledge from IEEE Women in Engineering this year. You heard that, Normal, right? We want to add same-sex panel. So
yes, no same-sex panel. Exactly. That's what I told Celia as well. So no fully woman panel, no fully man panel, no fully young, old people. You have to mix up people, right? So that you do the unconscious bias. Absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
That's right. So thank you for bringing Lakshmi to our team, and there are just more to come. This is a great, exciting time for all of us, including not just the women or ladies and girls, and for everyone.
Thank you. So we have to get out now because it's 12. It's the next day for us. The security guys will come.
Jessica, before Nirmal leaves, can we take a group photo again? Because
very good.
when Bruno was there, we took a group photo. Jessica, and where is Romy? Romy is here?
I do not know.
Yes, she was here. She was here. Because we have to start the inauguration. Yes, Romy is here. So I will, and our another special guest, Professor S.N. Singh, is also on time.
Oh,
just
fantastic.
On time. Yes, he is our Region 10 Vice Chair Technical Activity and also Chair IEEE India Council. So I request Anamika, please take a photo and request everyone to open the video.
Celiapa. So we have to take the picture twice. So I will request all the participants
I don't see
and
Jessica.
respective speakers.
Jessica is there?
Yes, she is there.
Kindly switch
I'm
on the
here. I got my video.
camera.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So say ready and let's go.
In the first picture, so this is done. Then
All clips are done.
Yeah,
Thank
for the
you.
second year.
Thank you.
Just a
Jessica,
minute.
Vivian from Hong Kong also joined. She talked after Mayor. Yes, Vivian.
great.
Jessica is
Hello,
here.
Jessica. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hi.
So
Getting
now,
closer to virtual.
Yes.
Yes, virtual
Thanks
reality.
for joining us.
Yes, we were talking about. She was talking about how we can use virtual reality to do the maintenance work in the power and energy industry.
Exactly.
Thanks for inviting me. Yeah. Thank you.
It's done.
Yes, so we are done. Now we were waiting for our chief guest, our inaugural keynote speaker, Dr. Jessica Bian. She is a Wonder Reader Award winner, and she is our IEEE PES President-elect, and our special guest, actually our driving force, I should say, that Dr. Romy Lee. She is IEEE PES Women in Power Chair, a remarkable leader, and also I should say my mentor, another special guest, Professor S.N. Singh. He was a Vice Chancellor, just finished his tenure, and he is Regent and Vice Chair Technical Activities and also Chair IEEE India Council. So it's a great honor to host Jessica, to IEEE and Romy and Professor S.N. Singh. So in the inauguration, we'll start with a presentation from first Professor S.N. Singh, then Romy Lee, and then we will listen to Jessica. And we want to receive your guidelines that we are arranging this first IEEE PES Women in Power Congress in Region 10. And we reached out to every PES chapter, every IEEE section, almost every Women in Engineering affinity group, no matter whether they are PES member or not. We requested and appealed them that if they want to embrace one of the societies among 39 technical societies, please embrace PES. That was the appeal. So with that said, I will request Professor S.N. Singh, our special guest, to share his view about that what is his guideline for us and in which direction we should move forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think good morning to someone, good evening to someone, and of course, good afternoon to someone. So because we are, this is the beauty of WebEx, or you can say virtual meeting, that we can connect the people from all the corner of the world. And this initiative that's talking about the Power Congress is a very good initiative, I believe. But only here in the title, I say it is a Power Congress. It is not Power Engineering Congress. So the power is power of your administration, power of a lady, power of what? So it is the power. That's why we say the power engineers are really powerful all the time. And this the PS and the power which we want to talk, basically this is the area which basically accommodate many other society. And I can tell you now the work of the Power Engineering Society is not limited to electrical engineering. It is not only energy. As you know, its name is changed. Earlier it was energy system. Now earlier it was engineering systems. So many changes happened. And now you can say the research people are doing in all the area. You can say even though Celia, she is not from electrical engineering, she's from electronics, and she's also contributing. Even her husband is also, even though he is the editor of this magazine and of the newsletter of PES. So the PES is a very wide and one of the largest society and also old society, and where this lot of activities are going on across the globe. Even though I can tell you in the PES society, there are earlier only the 3 transactions we had for the publication. One was the transaction on power system, then we were having the power delivery, and then another was the conversion. So these were covering all your machines, power electronics, transmission, energy, all the area were merged in 3, and it was felt it's a very tight transactions. Then the people started thinking, why not now the sustainability is coming in the picture, and we say that our energy should be sustainable and we have to explore the various other energy sources. So the transaction on the energy sustainable game. Then also we started thinking, why not, since everyone is talking about the smart grid, and the smart grid is the area where all this IT sector, communication sector, as well as the electrical sectors, and of course the mathematician, policy makers, many management people are also coming together. So the IEEE transaction on the smart grid. So these 2 new were added in that one. Apart from that, no doubt we are having the industry application. We are having the, even though industrial electronics, now we are having consumer electronics, now we are having the transportation. So you can see this how diverse work people are doing. No doubt these societies are different. Industry application society is different. Your industrial electronics, industrial informatics, transportation, and also, so they are basically all the society are different, but the society which is governing the PES is the 5 transactions. And now, even though we are also working in other society too, that's why it is better if you are society, a member of other society, try to come and take the fruits of the power engineering society as well. So that's why I said it is a very accommodating society, and it is a very old and having a lot of good initiative in the society, I can say, because I'm the member of education society, I'm the member of industry application, I'm the member of electronic industrial electronics. So many society members I am, and I was also, I left many society, but still I'm continuing from 2001 as a PES society, which is very important. And I found this society, it is my core, and I should catch all the time. Others are normally off and on, normally I become, but still I'm continuing with 3/4 society. And I see the activities, I see the newsletter, I see the information which is flowing to the, normally the volunteers, or I can say IEEE, only all the members are the volunteer are the same, whether it's a president, whether it's a vice chair, whether it's a chair, or maybe a simple volunteer. So it is just a volunteership work of all the people where, and that's why it is growing and it should grow. So this Congress where we are talking about, this is a power empowerment power Congress. It is basically the involvement of women in this society is limited. No doubt we had our presidents, 2 presidents we had in my tenure. I saw Ryder and this Noel Schultz, and again this ban is also coming. So we found they are basically the president and that proportional, but the membership people see in terms of women is a minimum, because normally girls don't prefer nowadays to go for the electrical, they prefer to go for the EC, they prefer to go for the computer science and IT rather than coming to electrical. And also the electrical is one of the things which is due to the job and other prospect, the interest of the students also declining in the many countries, in India as well. So, but if you are working in other, I just say area like electronics, people can also come in the power engineering society, because a lot of we are doing in the smart grid where the communication, IoT, we are talking, even though cyber physical systems, security, all the things we are talking, even though now we have started talking about storage, where the chemical engineering people are also coming into the picture. Storage, maybe the battery storage, maybe the hydrogen storage, or maybe thermal storage, many types of storage, and also now the new renewable energy sources, as we all know, that is either it's a wind, it is a PV, and these 2 are the prominent. Others people are also working like a tidal, geothermal, many other basically the technology people are talking. But the 2 are the basically nowadays in the full swing, the photovoltaic, PV, as well as we are going for the wind. In wind also you can say now is a mechanical engineering is involved. You will find there is aerodynamics and aeronautics department is involved, because we have to calculate all this its mechanism. and civil will be always there for a small work like the foundation and other things. But in PB, you can say now the electronics, VLSI technology, and this panel making and also the contributing in the high voltage rating and other things. So they are basically the power engineering society is basically attracting all the corners. It is not limited to the electrical and electronics, but it is going for communication, computer science, management people, and I have seen and many people are good mathematicians are coming in this electrical engineering, because we believe the electrical engineering is full of mathematics, and normally people are afraid with the mathematics. So it is also, I found the economics, there people are a very important task once the electricity becomes the market. And once you are having the markets, it's just like a business. And so it is in totality, I can tell you, this PS society is in the extreme, not it is a core, it is a only power generation and transmission and distribution, but now it is going in the another area and is opening its wings. And finally, people are joining and doing a lot of work and research in that one. So it is a very good initiative, and we try to attract the people from other disciplines. They should join the PES and basically try to help it together so that we can give the benefit to our end users and basically the people of the private. As you know, the technology for advancing technology for humanities, that is a tag name of IEEE, always I say. So to promote it, to take it, that is basically very much needed at this hour, and that is I request all the people. I always say this initiative taken by Bangladesh, people are keep on doing almost every week, and in week maybe 2 or 3 times. They are trying to organize, and I found this the volunteership in the Bangladesh is very appealing to me. I went first time to Bangladesh when there was a AGM, and it was in a hotel at that. Although it was very turmoil situation at that time, I think many leaders were sent to jail, and it was very panic situation. We were afraid whether we can go for or not. But anyhow, we materialized, and finally these 2 persons, simply I remember the Fatah and the Celia, they managed everything very in coordinated way and very better way. And finally, then I went to the various other universities. I went for other nearby the university. Many the universities were there, and this volunteership is very strong. And that's why this branch section is growing at a faster rate compared to other IC in this Asian region. So this the motive of this elections to energize our young minds, and so that they can feel where they are standing, what is their power, and with this power they can move with the power engineering. And I believe so this is a very wide and good initiative, and it is basically thanks to Celia and his team members that they should keep on energizing these type of our young minds and other volunteers, so that we can get connected, we can work towards the theme and you can say mission and vision of the IEEE, that we can give the technology for the humanity, or you can say simply those are the deprived people. This is basically the PS society. Now it is reaching to the smart villages. It is going for the villages, giving the technology. So it is also, even though IEEE's foundation is for smart village and other things also working, and many of the PS society members are directly and indirectly involved to help the mission, and so that we can reach. You can see, even though IEEE has also reached when there is a disaster. There was a disaster in the Nepal. I do remember at that time I was a conference and technical seminar coordinator, and being a UP section, it was earlier in the whole Nepal is a subsection and was under the Uttar Pradesh section. We went and we gave $70,000 US and many schemes for water, for the lighting, solar lanterns were distributed, and we helped them. It also happened in Kerala, the disasters. Many other places when happens, IEEE comes first and try to help the needy and the poor. That is the beauty of IEEE. Many people think IEEE is charging the fee very high, every year they are charging, and then it is what is the gain and other things. All the questions of our volunteers are existing, but I believe that we should see this IEEE is non-profit organization. Whatever the money is collected, it is for you, it is for us, and it is for others. Those are the needy, and that is basically the professionalism of any society, of any professional body. And in this, IPS society is always forward, and I know many other people like the past chairs as well as the current chair. They are very active. And coming to the region 10, as you know, the region 10 is having the mixture of the advanced developed and the underdeveloped country and developing country. And in that, basically the PS is also trying to have something better for all the people. Those are very developed country people, also the developing country, and many are even the underdeveloped country. Those are even though not having, but that one you will see in the Burma, very limited people are there, even though subsection was open 2 years before, and it is found that only 40-50 people members are there. But so I say that is the PS society, and also to attract the people in the women in this PS is one of the good initiative, and they should come forward and they can say, look, I am not less than anybody else. We are the same platform. In this technology and engineering nowadays, there is no difference in the gender, there is no difference in the religion, there is no difference in the caste or any of area wise. So this is the platform where all people should come hand, and also to promote. Always we are, as IEEE say, where we see there is something unbalanced between these various societies, or you can say communities or other things, IEEE come forward. And this initiative will certainly improve the gender inequality in the PS by empowering and by this Congress. So I thank Celia and her team for providing all the things, and really it is I can see the people are approximately it is I can see the 50 people are there, and other also they had, so people are keep on joining and that's saying it is good. I never say this to go for the thousand people, but if the like-minded people are listening and try to basically convey the message to the end people, and if it is done, it is the success of any event. So thank you very much for providing this opportunity and platform to share my views. I believe and I wish this your Congress should be a great success, and it basically should meet its goal, what you have thought and perceived. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor S.N. Singh. You rightly pointed out and guided us the different avenues in terms of technical contribution, that how we can bring more women in the power and energy society, which is one of our major goals, to inviting people from different disciplines and sharing the technical knowledge, which is very important to lead this smart world. So that's good. Actually, we got around 250 registration from 26 countries. So not all people are entering the Zoom link at the same time, but on average, it is always 40, 43 or 50 people. But I believe those 250 people will share their knowledge, at least listen to the speakers in many different times of the 8 hours we planned for 2 days, so that we can cover the whole region 10, because in New Zealand, this is 6 hours from now. And then if it is Australia, it is 4 hours. So that's why we started 4 to accommodate the speakers from Hong Kong, Australia, and New Zealand and Singapore people. Thanks, Professor S.N. Singh. We have given your bio in the chat box so that people can read it and know about it and take you as a role model. Now we are moving to our next keynote speaker, who is another special guest of our inaugural ceremony, Dr. Romy Lee. I will request our co-host to share the bio of Romy Lee, and after reading her bio, please share her slides from our point so that she can present.
Yes, madam. I'll introduce her with her bio first. Dr. Romy Lee is the chair of Women in Power, chair of IEEE PES, WIP liaison in IEEE WIP, member of LRP in PES. She is senior member of IEEE. She has been PES WIP chair of China since 2018. Romy is the initiator and organizer of International Women Engineers events in power and energy field in China since 2012. She is the CIGREV chair or co-chair in 2013 to 2018. She is now in board of supervisors of CWAST China Women's Association for Science and Technology. Rumi Lee is now the invited research fellow of Energy Internet Research Institute in Tsinghua University since 2015. Before, she was the Deputy Secretary General or Secretary General of CSEE during 2004 to 2013, responsible for the management of the society with 120,000 membership. She has made important contributions in speeding up the internationalization process of power and energy engineers in China and promoted the partnership with IEEE, CIGRE, CIRED, ICEE, WFEO, IET, ASME, ABB, Siemens, and GE. Rumi Lee received her PhD from University of Bath, UK in 2000 and ME from CEPRI in 1989 and BE from Hefei University of Technology, China in 1982. During 1994 to 1995, Rumi has been UMIST UK upon Lee Kai Huang Fellowship Foundation. Rumi started her career as electrical engineer in 1982 in Power Dispatching Center of Anhui Provincial Power Bureau, China for 4 years. From 1989 to 1994, she is in China Electric Power Research Institute as researcher and project manager in the fields of power system simulation, planning and operation control. During 1994 to 95 in UMIST UK, she has done the work of reliability and economic assessment on the system with pumped storage. Rumi Lee has worked in power electronics field since 1996. From 2000 to 2004, Rumi is the chief engineer of S&T department of CEPRI. One of her main achievements is on real-time digital simulations of complex power system. Rumi Lee is the moderator of major group of S&T in the Asian and Pacific Regional Implementation Meeting on Rio +20 Outcomes, Bangkok 2013. She participated UN CSW event in New York every year from 2017 to 2019, being speakers in parallel events several times. Rumi Lee is the recipient of IEEE PES Wanda Reader Pioneer in Power Award in 2019. Now I'll be sharing her presentation.
Shukonna, please share her presentation. Also share her bio in the chat box so that other can read it.
Okay, ma'am. I'll first send the bio in the chat box.
I thank our Women in Engineering Vice Chair, Nafisa, to work with me to design this bioplate. I really thank for her contribution, and also
I've sent the bio in the chat box, madam.
Yes.
Yeah.
I request everyone to read her bio, and Shukonna, please share her slide.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'll be sharing.
But
full screen. Kindly give full screen.
Okay.
Yes.
And thanks for the invitation of Sheila and your hard work for this Congress. It's the first WIEP Congress that started in Region 10. And we got the idea because of the IEEE PES YP committee. They have the Congress, right? So yeah, after some consideration, okay, we just started it in the Region 10. The study we will have it continually in other regions. So I am sincerely, give my congratulations for your, as a starting point, the success of this organization. And today is, I have been offered 10 minutes. As a chair of PSWP, I was nominated, just confirmed my position by the end of 2019, but actually I have started my work since the beginning of this year. Or previous, the Taiwo, she has done all the work for the whole year to 2019. To be fair, I only started this year. So what I want to report is just our recent work for the our not only strategy, actually we make modification of our WIP structure. Okay, next page. Next. Okay. And what I just want to report to our members is overview, the vision and committees. And WIPC is a Women in Power Committee. Yeah, the structure. WIP, the target and the strategic plan. Our focus to the members, what kind of focus, right? And the benefits of joining WIP activities. The space in WIPC WIP committee, because we restructured the committee, so we're leaving a lot of spaces for our volunteers. How to join PSWIP? Okay, next. Next, okay. Overview, just, yeah, is actually this Women in Power team started during PS General Meeting 2012. And they have the previous, the chairs, the team, they have done lots of work. Actually, they are the real leaders. And unfortunately, I have joined the first social event in 2012 is in a general meeting. I would say I had get none of, Nor is, he mentioned me because we met, second time in the general meeting 2012. At that time, we talk a lot about even the WIP. Just from participation in the WIP PS give me an idea, to start the women activities in Sigri. So I started the next year, 2013, I gave my proposal steering committee. So it's changed a lot. It changed, this one event might change some individual's future and make change even to another very influential organization. WIPC is a committee under the board of PS. We are not an independent society, okay? And
Romy, will we move to next slide?
No, not yet. We are not the society. I just want to say we are is a committee under the board of PS, okay, under the leadership of PS. We are responsible, the committee responsible for organizing WIP activities. And we have another, leadership advice committee, I will see later, Oh, sorry, this is some editing, as an editing word, is the mistake, not finished yet. The PSWP is supporting the career advancement, networking education in the industry for women and encouraging women in the power industry for leadership position for career advancement. Next. Okay. Oh, this is, I would say, leadership. We have two committees. The one committee is under the board of directors, under the leader of board of directors. Is like the YP, is like similar, like technical committee. We are similar. We are just the one committee to organizing the WIP activities, promoting PS attribute in the female engineering communities. We also, because we are the part of WIE attribute, the promoting WIE is also our responsibility. Another leadership advice committee is a team of this committee is our like advisory and the guidance is not the working team. So it's not under the leadership. Because there is our models, our former leaders, our supporters, and they are in this committee. They providing guidance, they providing consultants to this WIPC. WIP committee is a working team, actually. Next page. Next, okay. And our current structure, we have what I say is we have space. You will see later. We have a chair and a vice chair, two vice chair. One is men with women. And we have a representative of region 1 to 10. Sarah is a WIP representative of region 10. She has done a wonderful work, I will say. We also have a representative of sub-region. I will say sub-region is only now, up till now, is only in the region 8. Is because my former leader, she started this work. We have 5 in the Africa sub-region, and later I help, we have a Middle East, we have part of European, we got another 2. So it's only region 8. But I want to extend it. And we now have 3 working groups. One is a membership, is led by our Indian representative. Another is WP events working group, is led by our vice chair, is Simon, She's also vice chair of the YP. And we have the WP award working group. Recently just started. We want to make a recognition, a kind of awards. It's different from PES award, but to recognize our volunteers. It's led by our region 9 representative. Next one. Okay. Our target and strategic plan. And your suggestion, your comments, even your criticize is welcome, okay. Through organizing various activities, promote, expand the influence of female members in power energy field. Help young females from poor regions to get opportunities of higher education. This I added recently because this year the WIP has make through the negotiation get support from the Hehai University from China, give the 5 actually we have 10 position, but only 5 has got it. Only they nominated only 5. The candidates, female candidates from Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya, and Tunis. 3 countries. They have they have 5 to get the scholarship for PhD and for master. For next year, we want to get more, and not only to China. I hope to other countries as well. And making recognition to the WIP volunteers who made valuable contributions by awards and other opportunities. Why I see that? If not for the giving me award for the Wonder Award, I may not take this work actually, because I think I have to do something for PES. Otherwise, I will feel guilty because my most of work is top secret for the last 15 years. So I think I should do something. Otherwise, why they give me something to recognition? So to our volunteers, we should give the recognition. Otherwise, why they work just day and night, year and year? We cannot give the money. We cannot give the business career. But at least we give the recognition. And we will nominate them to WAE award, IEEE award, and PES award as well. Not only award. and developing PES WP membership. Next. Next. Thank you. And continually enlarge the WIP team by adding representatives from all the chapters. We have, I think, nearly 200 chapters for all the IEEE. Only in the region 10, we have 34 chapters. So, and even we have like at least 3 sub-regions. We want to get more representatives, okay, from there, then doing your work. Setting a WIP awards. This award is not PS IEEE awards, but a kind of recognition, okay. Improving current WIP website and the social medias. And we encourage every region, you can have your own social media, okay. Encouraging to creating various social media in all the regions for promotion of not only WIP, but just our women engineers. Next. Next. Okay. Next. Okay. Our focus to the members. Why? WIP is only working team, but why we need members? The WIP members is they join our community. We have now, up till now, I can just open transparent. Up till now, from the 2012 to our data from the PS office beginning, we have 1,200 more Regis members, but to the latest, I will say latest is by the to the membership data by the end of the last year, yeah, and the updated PS member is nearly 400. Why? Because we have a lot of student WP member. They not update their membership. That's a problem. Yeah. We never make any change to the data. So that's why I think we need to know the individual members' requirements. If we cannot provide any benefit to our members, why we to call that membership? We would let the member disappointed. So we or this PS, I think the most difference, I won't see any other from other organizations, is the individual value, because they mainly by individual membership, not by my World Federation. I'm the executive member. They are the national members. For secret companies, lots of them, collective member. But for IEEE, mainly individual members. So our target should be focused on the individual member to promote their value. I mean, promotion value, professional life value, to promote the individual value, to open the path for every members to get a connection with WIP. For every opportunity in PS, in WIE, we'll put a WIP member in priority. That means if they want us to nominate people for award for some position, we'll firstly in consideration for WIP members. Sorry, next. Next. Okay. What's the benefit? You join, join the activities, not just the membership, no. For this activity is WIP activities. We're obtaining valuable information. We're making public appearance for our, I know lots of young speakers. You know, they give you, our organizer, Sally, give you opportunity to speak, oh, your face, your what you have done. You will get famous, okay? And the direct communication with high level people. Yeah, lots of high level successful people, learning from talking, finding career opportunities, extending your social network. You'll have a more, new friendship. You just through the chatting or chat, sorry, and you get new friendship connection. Okay, please, next. And the space, yeah, is nearly my last. The space in WIP committee, what the space is still waiting there. We have our new candidates come. Representative of sub-regions and chapters. In region 10, 34 PES chapters. Okay, we can have sub-region as well. And we need a chapter representative, we need a sub-region, sub-region, for example, the sea, the land like Australia, New Zealand, and some connected countries. That is kind of sub-region as well. How to join this team for these remaining positions? Now we only have seller for the whole representative, but the seller is preparing for that. It can be nominated by our WP, PS representative, chapter representative, and you can apply yourself through the website. We'll open it very soon. Because we think we should, make the things open, make things transparent to provide opportunities to everyone. Next. Okay. Next. Yeah, this is the last one. How to join PSWP is very easy because firstly, you should be the PES member. And yeah, not affiliate, okay, not associate, just the PS member, a student, a graduate, normal member, everyone, but not 2A members. Access the PS WP website, this website, the input required information and submit. And we will confirm because we need to confirm the PS membership, and then a welcome letter will reach you. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just say from now on. Thank you. And thank you for your time. Okay, I finished.
Thank you. Thank you, Romy, for sharing the structure of Women in Power and sharing the opportunities for our younger generation. For your kind information and for everybody's kind information, under the guideline of Dr. Romy Lee and our PS President-elect Jessica, I reached out every PS chapter to nominate Women in Power representative. It's a great honor that we have received many responses, and I will be reaching out to those who did not respond yet, but we received a very good response, and many of them have joined this Congress, and many of them, I approached them that whether you want to represent or share your research, share your activity, many of them actually accepted. And Lakshita from New Zealand is one of them, and Shama from Australia is one of them. This is a great example that what our Women in Power chair has guided, and I reached out to the chapters, they responded, and we really got young role models that can be followed by other PS chapters. So soon their names will be updated in our website. As Romy said, apart from recruiting or nominating Region 10 chapters, Women in Power representative in Region 10 Women in Power, we have also opened a Facebook group and LinkedIn group. I will request Anamika, our WIE chair, to share the Facebook group and LinkedIn group in the chat box so that people know about it and join there. Okay, it's a great honor. So we have already implemented what Romy has shared. Who are the participants who really didn't know about it. Now, please, I request you to disseminate this information to every PES women members in your community so that they can become part of the benefit. Thank you, Romy, for sharing your vision. I'm just summarized your keynote. So now we are ready to listen to the guideline of our chief guest of the inaugural ceremony, Jessica. Jessica, are you here? So Shukonda, please share Jessica's bio.
Yes, I'll share our bio now.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I will be sharing now.
And Jessica, we have prepared a bio, but
can I share the screen first, ma'am? I think you have to stop sharing for me to share.
Okay, stop that.
I'll share now. Is it visible now?
Yep.
Yeah. So we have actually prepared the bio with our volunteer, but Jessica has sent us an updated bio. Let me read that from email. Dr. Jessica Bian is the president-elect of the IEEE Power and Energy Society, PES. She is a visionary leader and architect, has spearheaded electric industry's reliability matrices and grid risk assessment. Currently, she is the Vice President of Grid Services at GridX Partners. Before that, she was with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, Washington, D.C. Previously, she was the Director of Performance Analysis at North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, in Atlanta, Georgia. Under her leadership, a total of 18 industry-wide reliability indicators were established to determine grid reliability, adequacy, and associated risk. She is widely recognized as a pioneer and trusted world leader in the field. Before joining NERC, Dr. Bian was with PJM, ERCOT, and Westinghouse Electric. She earned her bachelor degree in electrical engineering from the Taiyuan University of Technology, China, Master of Science from the Electric Power Research Institute, Beijing, China, and PhD from Tulane University, New Orleans, Louisiana, USA. She was the PES secretary from 2016 to 2009. It's a great honor. Actually, we are not reading her bio. We are actually celebrating her contribution and representing herself as a role model to the young generation. Thank you, Jessica. It's a great honor that we have you among us.
Well, thank you for having me. I want to echo what you said and Dr. Romay Lee said, because of your work, and that's why we are here. So thank you. And I think if I want to summarize using one word, it would be support. We support each other, we help each other. That's what this whole group is about. The Women in Power. Of course, it's about the power, it's about getting together, getting to know each other. But if one of us needs help in terms of career, sometimes maybe family, sometimes maybe calling, like the volunteer, and we're here to support you. And Stella is in Region 10. If you get to the global level, Romay will be there, help you as well. And if you have any other things, and I can be reached as well. So this is what this group is about. So I'm gonna dive into a little bit into specific technical areas. And earlier we heard a young lady from New Zealand, Lakshita, and she is just wonderful that I saw this is exactly what we wanted. So I'm gonna narrow down into that focus and see how she can help and or maybe you can help as well and help us to grow, and we'll support you as well. Okay, with that, I'm going to share my screen. So it should be very quick. Like I said, my goal is to say how we can help you to be successful in any, in terms of personality growth, in terms of career, or in terms of the calling. We can help you. And so that's why my title here is Women in Power is a platform, is where you want to be. If you want to get into the leadership, you want to be a professor, you want to be a scholar, or you want to be just a great engineer, or any professional, or any career that you choose, we can help you to get there. All right, so let me get this full screen. Okay. So because of being the PES, and you get a chance to meet a lot of folks, a lot of young students, professors, and all the PS members, or even not PS members across the globe. I was in Mexico last year. Here's a young student branch chapter, and the lady here, and she is the chair of the student chapter. And the gentleman in the middle is the vice chair of the group. So we have a famous professor, Dr. Liu was there, and their professors there be their sponsor. So it's a great group. I get to meet lots of many folks across the globe, and I was always inspired by their talents, their enthusiasm, and their calling. So just briefly, we have 40 PS. It's about 40,000 members across the globe, and now we and because the industry and also the society needs, for instance, climate change. So we have lots of members. They're part of our community, and you can tell the membership has grown and for the last 15 years and consistently. No other IEEE society have seen this type of growth. So I want to thank you to be part of this. And last year we reached over 40,000. And I expect we'll see a tremendous growth. And because you all know that we have this big future grid that's coming up. We have transmission, distribution, generation, of course, renewable, and plus distributed energy resources. And we also have a customer choice coming in. We also have regulation there. We also have they start up all the technologies. And as Sheila mentioned, we have the data analytics, AIs, and everything that comes into our field, our industry. So this is a great time to be part of this transformation. And it's kind of old industry, but now we've got all the new things. And because society demands, because we are part of this change. Of course, and through that, and we want to have a diversity. So because this is very important, then we can have, not just on the gender side, we have a technology, we have a region like the region 10. We also want to have a different voices and opinions and all that. So Women in Power is one of the platform will reach the diversity. And in 2012, Romy mentioned a little bit, in 2012, we formed the Women in Power under the umbrella of Women Engineering, which is IEEE Affinity Group. So our mission is advance and help all the members, especially the Women in Power members. That doesn't mean it's all the ladies, and anyone could become our members. So I'm gonna skip that, and I think when I talk to Romy, we always debate, what does it mean, Women in Power? Does it mean, is it power engineering, or is it women leadership? And I think finally we agreed upon it, is it both, right? We wanted to promote the power, the women's that in the power field. We also wanted to help the women in power field to be the leader with the powerful skills, with their vision, and with their desire to help the society. So it's a both. So it's power engineers and powerful leaderships. I'm going to skip that. So here's the under PES, we have 7 functions. We have a membership and Women Empowers and a membership. We also have chapters. I mentioned the student, branch chapters, and regular chapters. And Dr. Singh mentioned earlier, so we have an Indian chapter council. So this is under here is there's lots of activities and chapters where this is where you can meet your local folks, your local Women in Power engineers. At the global wise, yes, through these type of virtual meetings, or you come to different meetings and you can meet the global members. And we also have technical activities, publications, education meetings, and new initiatives. So I'm going to focus on these 3 technical. This is where you can help us in next year and next, very near term. So Women in Engineering, I mentioned earlier, has a pledge. It came out early this year. And we want to support the gender diversity. So our pledge is to end the same. So I'm gonna try to see if I can highlight this. This is where it's gonna be. No, I could not. So this is where it's end same-sex panels at all PS meetings, including this meeting. So I'm glad that Dr. Singh and other folks were coming in to represent all of us, not just the single-sex panel. So so that's why, because this is, like I said, it's a traditional industry, and we only have less than 20% female members. So we need lots of women in power speakers in the coming years. And we have tons of meetings, general meetings, TND, ISGT, Power Africa. We need lots of women speakers in these meetings. So please let us know and contact your Women in Power representative, or just send us emails and we'll help you to get to these meetings and to be one of the panelists. And like I said, Future Grid is everything, right? We have so many things coming together, not just traditional TND, transmission, distribution, generation. This is like everything together, including technology. This is where the PES can help. So we have 20 PES technical committees, including the latest or traditional TND. You can see TND and transformer, switchgear, all those are traditional. We also have a energy storage and battery. These are the new ones. And also we have cybersecurity. We also have a wind and solar. I think we added the new one called Energy Internet. So if you're interested in getting into your degree, for instance, master's and PhD, have wanted to get into one of these areas, and you can come to the committee meetings and talk to the experts in the field and get to know and pick your topic and do your research and get your see this stuff. So this is a great way to get involved with technical committee folks. Okay, and we need you and Women in Power members and to participate. And like I said, traditionally, and I was looking at the membership list for all these 20, we have less than 5% Women in Power members in these committees. So we need lots of Women in Power members. And publication, same thing. We this year is the first time we had editor-in-chief. She's a lady who actually became very active, and she is our first female editor-in-chief for this particular magazine, Electrification. And so I encourage you to come if you like the publication, wanted to be the editor, and like to write, like to critique, review, and this is a great field for you. And please let us know your interest. Let's see, I think I have another, yeah, right. So here, and then along the other lines, we have lots of scholarship for students. So if you wanted to get into this field and want to have a special interest, and then please check out these scholarships. And the latest scholarship we have is called Outstanding Student Scholarships. We would like have at least 1 or 2 winners from each region, and award prize is $10,000 US for each winner. And we consider this is a prestige award like the Rhodes Scholar Award. So please consider our field and look into these scholarship opportunities. I think this is all I have. And like I said, besides all this program, we have like a composite, we have all the society kind of buzz program that you hear a lot, like smart grid, smart cities, and smart village. And please, if you have passion, if you have time, you want to get involved, and let us know. Thank you to be part of this transition. And like I said, the Women in Power is a support group. Our goal is to help you to succeed and give you more power to your future. Thank you. Back to you, Sila.
Thank you, Jessica, for wonderful information sharing and sharing the Women in Power pledge to every one of us. It's a great honor to listen to you. Hope we can do more for women in power under your leadership. And we can energize more young volunteers from the root level who are working hard, and we can hear their voices very loudly and clearly. Thank you, Jessica, for being the chief guest and provide your keynote in the inaugural session. Just for your kind information, for everyone, we have, if you have any question, please feel free to ask Jessica. We are just on time, and just feel free to ask Jessica, Rami, and Professor Esan Singh, or you can interact in the chat box. We have given the bio of Jessica, bio of Rami, and Professor Esan Singh in the chat box for your information, so that you can know about their stories and you can know about their expertise, and you can see that how you can fit yourself in different domains. So I don't see any question in the chat box. I request our chair, Women in Engineering Chair, Anamika Bhakto, to provide our IEEE PES Women in Power Region 10 Facebook group and LinkedIn group in the chat box, so that people can join and share their views, share their good practices, and share their activities. Okay, and it will be a common group where resource will be shared, and a speaker pool or speaker bureau will be created. Opportunities will be shared. Job and other recruitment and internship facilities for women in power will be shared. So please make the group vibrant by your contribution. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Dr. Rami. Thank you.
Ma'am, for the participants, I'll be launching the poll now.
Yes, please launch a poll so that participants can join the poll and do interaction. Then we will have a photo session.
I'll be launching it now. Please, everyone, participate in the poll.
Yes, to make you active.
Yes, I've launched it.
Thank you, Shukanna, for launching this poll. Yes, people are participating in it. People were not asking questions, but that's why I have told Shukanna to design this poll instantly, so that we became engaged. Jessica, we are power and energy moving towards 52%, 56%.
Thank you.
Yes, and we could also able to bring people from the other interest zone also.
Ma'am, in the meantime, I think we have a question for Jessica, ma'am, in the chat.
Okay.
Someone asked a question.
That's great. Okay, so let us, yes. Vibhuti Dahiya asked Jessica, Jessica ma'am mentioned that PS has cyber security. So how can we get in touch with anyone regards to that? Also, I'm interested in writing, ma'am, and also mentioned that Women in Power needs editors or writers. How and where do I apply? Jessica, over to you.
Sure. So I'm actually gonna go to see if I can share my screen. You can see it there. Let's see. Just want to show where you can find the information. I already applied to your question, and please contact Sheila and Dr. Lee, and we are looking for the writers for WIP as well. So, and if you is interested in cybersecurity here, you can just Google the PS technical activity. So let me see if I can share my screen and get to it. Like I said, it's all at your fingertips. So let's see, where is it? Okay, here. So if you type, if you Google the PS technical committees, you'll see these are the committees. And here's the cybersecurity right there. This one, and you click on that and you'll see the scope, right? This is how they get information out, and you click this, you get the website, and these are the publications. And you can say join now. You can see it. Next meeting, it's all right there. You can say join now. So you would be part of that committee. And so if they have any meetings coming up, and you get notifications. So it's just simple as that. And you can read everything that they're doing if this is your interest. And please join their meetings all the time, and maybe volunteer to be the secretary, vice chairs, and chairs positions, and you'll be part of that community.
Thank you, Jessica.
Please sign up for the WIP writer position. We do need that. I know Dr. Lee's trying to revamp the website. We need a lot of on that effort.
Yes, we will share the Women in Power website soon here for others to do it. If you just write Google IEEE PES Women in Power, you can reach the website, and you can see that how our website is revamped.
Yeah, so just like type that, you'll see here it is. It's very easy. This is our website.
Yes.
You recognize a few faces, right?
But it's still
right.
lots of work to do. It needs to improve. I'm not satisfied, actually.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
It has been started.
Your suggestion is very welcome. We have to improve, you know.
Yes.
Yes, and like Dr. Lee said, there are lots of award opportunities where, and so she created a link for the Women in Engineering Award recipients, and lots of new things will coming up on this website. So please volunteer, and we'd like you to be our writers. You can help us to make this prettier and better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your guidance.
Thank you. So, Shukonna and Anamika, let us move for the photo session of the inaugural speech, and then we'll
be ending the poll now so that the results will be visible to everyone, and then we'll move towards the group photo. I've ended the poll, I believe.
Poll is over?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I've shared the results.
Oh, this is the results, Romy, Jessica. The question is, which industry sector below do you represent? So 53% said they are from power and energy, 6% said they are from telecommunications, 26% from academia, 6% electronic system and design, and others 9%. That means we are here working with the right group, and many other here who are interested to join power and energy. Hope you will join power and energy very soon, and you'll be part of Women in Power. After Power and Energy, visit our IEEE PES Women in Power website. There is a link, as Romy showed in her presentation. Then when you fill up that form, you will get a notification letter, and officially you will be part of IEEE PES Women in Power. So thank you for your kind interest. I think there are the 53% people who are here are power of energy, their interest, but I will request them also to be part of PES Women in Power by entering to the website and then officially become part of Women in Power. Thank you. So let us move for a photo session for the inaugural ceremony so that we can move to our next presentation. So Anamika, please lead the photo session and request everyone to open the video.
I request all of you to please open the video so that we can take pictures. So we have to take 2 pictures for all the participants. Just a minute. So taking the first one. Ready, all of you. So one already done. So I'll take the rest, second one for the second sheet. Yeah, it's done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much. So again, I want to recognize the participants from India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Pakistan, Australia, United Kingdom, Brazil, China, Kenya, Taiwan, Peru, Sri Lanka, Panama, Indonesia, Nepal, Colombia, France, New Zealand, Afghanistan, Nigeria, Singapore, South Korea, Bolivia, Mongolia, Bhutan, and Japan. Hope so many participants will participate in the Congress in different sessions and will get benefit from the learned speakers and will get guideline about how to enhance, empower women in power activities in your chapters. If you need any collaboration, please reach out to me. I'll talk with Dr. Lomi and I'll talk with Dr. Jessica and work with you closely as I have been working for many years. Thank you. So Jessica, so officially you can inaugurate our Congress, although it was a diversified and a differently designed inauguration.
Thank you, appreciate it. I thank you for your hard time in putting this together. And this is great. Like Dr. Lee said, this is our first Congress and we'll do more in the future and with other regions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can see Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, another fellow of IEEE, Wonder Reader Award winner. She is with us. Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, Jessica may leave. You can say hello to each other.
Sure, why not? So hello, Jessica.
Yes. Hello. I see.
She's from IIT Delhi. Actually, she made a very significant role, Jessica, you may know, for organizing the first Women in Power conference in 2017. It was a great honor that she invited me and I could contribute little to her effort. Thank you, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari. It's a great honor to have you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let us move to the next session. Dr. Romi, Dr. Jessica, with your permission, we are moving to the next session.
Okay, no problem. You are the moderator. We follow you.
Shukonna, our next speaker, Dr. The China chapter's representative of R10, introduce Dr. Bo.
Yes, ma'am. I'll screen share and introduce him.
Then we will play the video recorded message of Dr. Yu Juan.
Okay, ma'am. I'll first introduce Dr. Bo then.
Yes, first introduce Dr. Bo. Dr. Bo, are you here? I can see you.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bo, for your time.
Thank you.
Please introduce him.
Let me share this again. Is my screen visible, madam?
Yes.
Okay, I'll introduce Dr. Ziqian Bo, who is the IEEE PES China chapter representative. His topic is support the development of IEEE PES WIP in China. Ziqian Bo received his BSc degree from the Northeastern University, China in 1982 and PhD degree from the Queen's University of Belfast, UK in 1988, respectively. From 1989 to 1997, he was with the Power and Energy Group, University of Bath, UK. He has been with ALSTOM Grid Automation and responsible for new technology development and international research collaboration from 1998 to 2012. He joined the Zhuji Group of the State Grid Corporation of China as the chief expert on the smart grid on 2012. He has been a visiting professor to the State Power System of Tsinghua University since 2001, the honorary dean of the School of Electrical Engineering of Changsha University of Science and Technology since 2009, and is also the IEEE PES China chapter representative. He is the author or co-author for a few hundred technical publications and many patents. Thank you. I'll now request our speaker to go ahead with his presentation.
Dear women engineers, friends, guests, good evening. I'm Ziqian Bo, chair of PS China, and actually retired from State Grid Corporation of China, which is one of the world's largest company. In recent years, we have great progress to build IEEE PES as a bridge for Chinese scholars to connect to the world and lay a foundation for further playing a major role in the international academic societies. Our major action is to establish IEEE PES China Chapter Council in 2018, which is one of the first national organizations. And the China WIP, led by Professor Romei Li, was established before the launch of PES China Council and played a major role in the setup of PES China Chapter Council. Romei was formerly General Secretary of Chinese Society for Electrical Engineers, which is a society about 100,000 members, covering areas similar to that of PES. The establishment of IEEE PES China Chapter Council is a historical event for both IEEE and the science and engineering community in China, which have great impact to our engineering field in the near future. First of all, is a major important innovation in IEEE internationalization, which create a new model for rapid development of HVE in China, could influence, set an example for other countries around the world. More importantly, it has created a brand new way for overseas academic society to operate in China, has set an example for the whole scientific and technology community, has been firmly and supported by China Association for Science and Technology, who is the government authority in the China for managing technical society, both inside and outside China. We have taken a number of actions. We have no time. I have no time to repeat all the actions by the actual HVE PES China Council. Here I only mention the PES China Women Engineer Committee. They have done many since they established the WIP in PES China. They have done many influential works. For example, had many forums attended by international renowned women figures, and held major donation work to fight the epidemic, made a great achievement and a profound impact in the China power engineering field. And actually, this work led by Dr. Ruomei Li has been attended, has been as a donation from all the major figures in the power and engineering field, from academic industries, and have great influence in the China. Another important is joint lead the technical committee set up in China. And in the past, we have been successfully set up a number of satellite technical committees. For example, energy internet, DC power system, transformer, power system management and instrument. This is all supported by the WIP, and we expect IEEE PES China WIP will make a further greater achievement based on the following factors. First one, China has the greatest population in the world. Second one, China has the highest population proportion of women in engineering field. Third, China's first class talent study electrical power engineering field. That means electrical power engineering field is one of the best choice in China for both men and women, youngsters to choose. Now is at least equally as good as medicine and law, and perhaps is more people, young people, to choose electrical power engineering than the other fields. This is the third factor. The fourth factor, China women engineers in the field of power and energy are leading in the international China engineering field. For example, Ruomei Li is one of them. There are many of them. Recently, we just launched the IEEE PES Energy Storage Technical Committee, Satellite Technical Committee, which is the chair is by Ms. Li Yingzhang, who was the chief engineer of State Grid SECC, State Grid Corporation of China, which is a company with more than 1.5 million staff. And this Professor Li Yingzhang, the lady who is a former chief engineer and assistant to CEO of SECC, and many others. And to add a further point, the fifth point, this is, I think, may not be unique only in China. It's also in the Eastern country. The Chinese parents or the grandparents have looked after grandchildren to support the cause of young people, young women to work, and this is unique. And actually, a lot of family basically the grandparents take over everything for the grandchildren to look after, and the lady woman just work only and less homework. Therefore, PS China WP, we believe in terms of number at least we hope will be number one in the field in the near future. And we have discussed with Romei closely from time to time, and to support her work, to hope to recruit hundreds and up to 1,000 IEEE PES WIP members in the near future. In short, IEEE PES China will continue to promote the PES China WIP, provide a platform for them to play their role in the international arena, further participate in and lead the IEEE PES organization and the technical committees in and outside China, and gradually increase the influence of China women scholars in the international stages and of power and engineer field. This is a historical necessity, and we hope the people here and the conference are full of people in Region 10 women join us, to make a greater success. Thanks. That's the end of my speech.
Thank you, Dr. Bo, for sharing the contribution you made in the Chinese community and to help women in power membership development in China. Hope you will continue doing so. So I will be receiving your written guidelines so that I can share with others in collaboration with Dr. Romeli, so that the similar practices can be done in other chapters. So I will request Dr. Shukonna now to share the bio of Dr. Yu Zuan and play her video recorded speech. She was here at the very beginning of the meeting today, but she had some other conflicting schedule. That's why she has left, but her video speech is there. If you have any question, we will reach out to her and we'll get back to you. Please introduce Dr. Yu.
I'll share her bio. And first, I would like to mention for the participants that I've provided the feedback form link in the chat. So I'd request everyone to fill it up as per their convenience, if possible. Now I'll be sharing the bio of Dr. Yuan Yu. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes,
okay.
it is visible.
Dr. Yuan Wu is a professor in Chongqing University, China. She's the WIP representative of the Chongqing chapter. Her topic is Introduction to IEEE PES Composite System Reliability Task Force. Yu Wan, IEEE Senior Member Professor, serves as Deputy Director of the Center for Electric Power and Energy Reliability Research, Chongqing University. She is mainly engaged in deep learning and big data technology applications, risk assessment and control of electric power and energy systems. She hosted and participated in more than 40 scientific research projects and published more than 100 papers. 36 national invention patents were granted. She serves as Chairman of Task Force on Reliability Assessment of IEEE PES, Chairman of IEEE PES Chongqing Chapter, and other international academic organizations and conferences. That was her introduction. I'll be sharing her presentation now.
Yes, it's very interesting, her work.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, everybody. I'm Junyu from Chongqing University. My research interest is reliability assessment of power systems. It's my pleasure to briefly introduce my research and IEEE PES CSR task force here. Firstly, I will briefly introduce my education and research experience. The team I lead is the Intelligent Technology Research Group of Power and Energy Reliability Research Center in Chongqing University. In my team, there are 4 faculty and 26 graduate students. Our research center is led by Professor Wen Yuanli and Professor Tai Guixie. Now, introduce myself first. I was born in 1980 and received a PhD supervised by Wen Yuanli in Chongqing University in 2007. From my PhD graduation, I have stayed and worked at Chongqing University until now. In 2014, I was named a professor. In recent 5 years, I have hosted 4 national projects and 4 big utility projects. Based on these projects, I own 50% of the shares of a high-tech company. In the past 5 years, I have published 24 SCI papers as the first or corresponding author, and one of which is highly cited. My papers have been cited by 41 IEEE fellows from 40 countries. With my work in reliability assessment of power systems, I become the chairman in IEEE PES CSR task force and the chairman in IEEE PES Chongqing chapter. Also, I was the chairman of an academic conference and made a keynote speech in that conference. Besides, I have hosted 4 international conferences and been the invited reporter for 10 times. As to my research, I want to meet increasing electricity demand in a clean and green way. And here comes the new age of power systems that is tightly interconnected and has high penetration renewable energy. Security and reliability are first goals for power systems. It's unreliable when there is a power failure. However, in recent years, complex interconnection and integrated large-scale renewable energy cause some blackout worldwide, such as the blackouts in USA and Canada, Brazil, Australia, and Britain. Thus, to provide core technical support for operational risk modeling and assessment, the real-time and accurate operational reliability assessment method is essential with consideration of interconnection and renewable energy. However, at present, there are 2 key problems to be solved in real-time and accurate operational reliability assessment. The first one is difficulty of accurately describe the operation states of the external grid. And secondly, an efficient operational reliability assessment method for large-scale renewable energy is not available. Therefore, to address this issue, my work mainly contains 2 points. Those are the formulation of the high-precision equivalent modeling theory for external grid and efficient assessment methods of operational reliability. My work is aiming to propose an assessment method for operational reliability assessment that is fast and accurate. There is a high precision order reduction method of equivalent method for external grid we propose. This page shows the equivalent methods based on variable operating conditions and precision consistency. This is a model and data driven online method of operational reliability assessment. This slide shows the practical reliability assessment framework based on sample differentiation analysis. Next, I will introduce the IEEE PES CSR Task Force. Due to the work in the field of reliability assessment introduced above, I served as the co-chair of the IEEE PES CSR Task Force. This task force has 77 experts, including 3 academicians and 5 IEEE fellows, including Ray Billington, the founder of Power System Reliability. IEEE PES CSR Task Force is one of 5 working groups under Reliability Risk and Probability Applications Subcommittee. This subcommittee is one of the 5 subcommittees under Analytical Methods for Power Systems Committee. We submitted the proposal of task force during the RRPA subcommittee meeting in 2018 IEEE PES general meeting in Portland. In the meeting, the proposal was passed. After 2 years, our membership has increased from 22 to 77. Our task force main work includes review and summarize existing reliability assessment approaches and tools, and develop appropriate high-efficiency computation methods and tools for reliability analysis applied to industrial composite systems. Perform research on the potential applications of cutting-edge technologies to significantly increase computational speed and accuracy with acceptable expense. Develop or enhance industrial standards and practical guides. Sponsor technical sessions and workshops in conferences. Publish the achievements of the task force as conference, transactions papers, or IEEE guidelines. Welcome to join us. This is our official website. That's all. Thank you very much. Please contact me by email if you have any question. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for sharing and taking her time to share her contribution so well. So with her permission, we can also share the presentation to all the participants for better understanding about the work of Dr. Wu, and so that we can open up new opportunity with Dr. Wu and the rest of Region 10. I want to thank Dr. Wu for her contribution, remarkable contribution for the reliability and assessment and many other schemes. It's a good example for rest of the Region 10 PES chapters, Women in Power volunteers, to do such technical achievement by enhancing technical skill of every person to the best of our potential. So now we will request, do you have any question? So I will share the email address of Dr. Wu so that you can share, you can reach out to her and can have a personal communication if she allows. Hope she will be allowing. She is a very remarkable woman. From her presentation and the recorded speech, you can understand that how how um, uh, how competitive she is and how hardworking she is. And she has made a remarkable contribution in the power and energy sector in the China. So that's why we have showcased her today so that other rest of the Region 10 volunteers can know about her actually. So let us move, invite our next keynote speaker, Professor Bhuvaneshwari. Shukonna, please share her bio, read her bio, and introduce her.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be sharing her bio. Introduce her. Is the bio visible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. G. Bhuvaneshwari did her BTech from College of Engineering in Madras, MTech from IIT Madras, and PhD from IIT Madras as well. Her research area is power electronics, electrical machines and drives, and power quality. For today, her topic is emerging areas in power engineering. I'd like to request her to go ahead with her presentation now.
I want to know whether I'll be able to share my screen, or should I just send it to you so that you will be able to, because it says that you cannot start screen while the other participant is sharing.
And now you can share, ma'am, because I've stopped now, so you can share now.
Okay, let me try. Are you able to see this?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the presentation.
Okay. I'm going to basically talk about emerging trends in power engineering and allied areas. I am a power electronic engineer, and I have been working in IIT Delhi for the past 24 years. This is the 25th year that I'm continuing my teaching and research at IIT Delhi. Basically, if we want to do any problem solving for industrial domain or for society, we'll have to go for a multidisciplinary approach. So any individual or a particular group belonging to a particular discipline cannot be solving any problem, because generally most of the societal problems or engineering problems are multidisciplinary. I am taking a few examples which are related to power electronics and power systems. If we look at energy and environment, nowadays, especially because pollution control is very important and climate change we want to avert as much as possible, we have to have renewable integration with the grid. We have to control them effectively. We'll have to make sure that the integration with the grid does not result in instability. For these things, essentially, power electronic controllers are extremely important. And from the point of view of controlling pollution, we are slowly moving towards electric vehicles. Whether it is individual vehicles that are flying on the road or mass transit systems, like for example, metro rail system in Delhi, or if you look at maglev systems in China, we are looking at generally electric vehicles taking over slowly. And if we are looking at three-wheelers or four-wheelers that are used very commonly on the road, we will need battery charging infrastructure. And when we have batteries sitting in the electric vehicles, we will be able to exchange power between electric vehicles and the grid. But all these things are not only the work of power engineers. Very clearly, we should know the battery management system, how the battery charge level is. Only then we would be able to exchange power between the electric vehicle and the grid. So obviously this will not be the work of only power engineers. A complete team of engineers have to work. If we look at another domain, which is agriculture, water management is extremely important. All of us know that drinking water levels and water level index, groundwater level index is going down. So solar water pumping, from two viewpoints, it is very, very important. One is we can use definitely renewable energy for pumping water. And the second thing is we can look at the water level that is required for different crops, and accordingly we will be able to adjust the pumping scheme appropriately, because we will have our electronic controllers for pumping this water. Greenhouse farming is another domain where we can look at avoid evaporation of water. So the water requirement will come down, and we will be able to produce enough amount of crops or yield even with less amount of water. So that way it will be environmentally friendly. Efficient harvesting and storage of grains as well as produce, that is also extremely important. So in agriculture, in a big way, we would be able to help out from the power engineering side. But of course, we will do this only with the help of agricultural engineers. Otherwise, we will not be able to do work wonders in this particular domain. Another area which is again upcoming is system on a chip. Integrated circuits which actually have driver and power circuit integrated together along with sensors and controllers, everything put together on a single chip. This will increase reliability. This will also be reducing the overall area occupied by the power circuit as well as control circuit. So it will have two very specific advantages in terms of reducing the space occupied as well as improving the reliability. There are many other multidisciplinary technologies that are emerging. For example, cyber physical systems, where Internet of Things, sensors, controllers, all of them are integrated along with power electronic technology to yield a smart system. So this is one of the major achievements of integrating all the systems together, which is generally known as cyber physical system. Smart grid is another upcoming area where bidirectional power flow is enhanced. So if we have some kind of renewable power generation from rooftop solar or rooftop wind, we would be able to send power to grid and take power from the grid if the production of energy is not as much as what we are expecting at that particular point in time. But for this, we will need smart metering system, which will also require communication technology and analog and digital circuit technology. Apart from this, we will be able to level the load that is experienced by a particular subsystem in the power grid, so that the amount of infrastructure cost that is involved in a particular subsystem can be decreased effectively if we are able to level the load. There are more number of emerging technologies, especially in electric vehicle domain. This is a dual active bridge converter for charging batteries. The dual active bridge converter will allow the operation at very, very high frequency, something like 200 kilohertz. So the size will come down effectively, and we would be able to employ resonant techniques in this, which will reduce the switching losses. So switching losses, especially when you talk about high switching frequency, the switching losses really will be lion's share. So you can bring it down by employing resonant techniques, zero voltage and zero current switching techniques. So there are other technologies which also are, multidisciplinary in nature. For example, maximum power point tracking in wind and solar and other renewable technologies. For example, in wind, we will require some amount of input from aerodynamic engineers, we will need from weather forecasting engineers and so on. Otherwise, we would not be able to make sure that we are harvesting maximum amount of power from wind according to the season as well as time of the day. The same way, solar also requires some amount of input from weather forecasting engineers. Optimal sizing of energy storage systems is extremely important because battery is really a costly component in any renewable energy system. So optimal sizing and where it should be located. So the location and sizing both are extremely important in the case of renewable energy system, especially with energy storage system, subsystem. If you look at charging of electric vehicle, generally onboard charging is accomplished by dual active bridge converter, which will be only of a few kilowatt rating. Whereas if you are looking at extremely large power rated charging stations, they should be constructed with different kind of technology. So there is a lot of research that is going on in off-board as well as on-board charging stations. Many of the off-board charging stations may be integrated with renewables so that the carbon footprint is decreased to a large extent. And if it has to work as good as what a gas station is working, then there should be fast charging techniques. So these should also be integrated into the complete infrastructure of charging stations. Coming back to the second point that I wanted to emphasize, we have to definitely leverage existing expertise in any organization by nurturing an inclusive and enabling environment. That is extremely essential if you want to really make our research endeavors a success. So if you look at, for example, an electric vehicle being constructed, we will require expertise from different areas. For example, mechanical engineers should be able to tell us how to replace the IC engines with electric engines or motors. Chemical engineers should be able to tell us about battery technology. Design engineers should be able to tell us about how to achieve user comfort and how to take care of ergonomics. And computer technology engineers should be able to tell us how to have a supervisory control, which is less expensive but very effective. Aerodynamic control engineers should be able to tell us to shape the electric vehicle effectively so that it works very efficiently and it will be able to achieve quick response in terms of acceleration and deceleration. Of course, electrical engineers have to come into picture to make sure the powertrain design and its control aspects are taken care of. And communication and network engineers have to make sure that the data acquisition is done properly, it is displayed properly so that the control is really in the driver's hand properly. So it should be essentially a team effort if we want to realize the dream of constructing even a simple system, if you may call it as a simple system, as an electric vehicle. And apart from that, we have to make sure that a few more things are taken care of. For example, the world is becoming a global village, so there is really diversity of workforce. People of various genders, nationality, culture, race, economic strata, all of them are coming together. You can see many women participating these days in power engineering domain. So we have to make sure that we sensitize all the stakeholders and we make them knowledgeable about equality and diversity. Otherwise, things are not going to work out the way we want them to work out. And world-class organizations become really world-class only when they provide inclusive and non-discriminatory environment. So together, we should be able to foster a very nurturing and very conducive environment. In fact, in IIT Delhi, lately, in the last 2 years, they have actually instituted one entity called Initiative for Gender Equity and Sensitization, where we take up a lot of effort. to make sure that the women feel welcome in the institute environment, although engineering is still a male-dominated environment. So I would say the takeaways from my short talk here are 3 points mainly. One is we have to promote interdisciplinary work culture, although many of us belong to power and energy domain. From just the poll that you conducted, 53% of the people are from power and energy domain, but only the power and energy is not going to be able to achieve all our goals. So we have to promote interdisciplinary work culture. The second thing is, although we should have a deep understanding of our own domain, we should be able to appreciate and interact with other domain experts. And then we have to work in a win-win kind of situation. Only then we will be able to make our dreams come true. The third thing is we have to make sure that we develop an inclusive and welcoming work culture so that everyone feels a sense of belonging. That's all I have to say. So thank you so much for attention. If you have any questions, the forum is open for questions.
Thank you, Professor Bhuvaneshwari, for a wonderful talk and key takeaways. It was a blending of guideline for research direction in the power engineering. At the same time, how we can explore and make a good group to continue our research and to make a sustainable contribution, which is very important. So do you have any question? If you have any question, please feel free to ask her. She's here. And we made your bio before, but recently you have shared your bio. So let me read that. G. Bhuvaneshwari has been working as a faculty member of IIT Delhi since August 1997. After completing PhD from IIT Madras in 1992, she worked as a faculty in College of Engineering Madras. Then she was with Comet, Chicago, Illinois, USA for 3 years. After this, she returned to India to join IIT Delhi. Her research areas of specialization are power electronics, machines, drives, and their application areas. She is a fellow IEEE USA, Institute of Engineers India, Indian National Academy of Engineering, Institution of Engineering and Technology UK, and IEEE India. She has over 150 publications in national and international journals and conferences. It's a remarkable contribution. So, despite many research limitations, despite many limitations of computing facility and research funding, the people in the subcontinent who think that how we can do research, they should look up to your profile and follow your footsteps, so that we can actually establish ourselves as one of the outstanding ones, so that real women empowerment happens through our contribution. Thanks you, Professor Bhuvaneshwari, for your kind.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your appreciative words.
So please, please ask her question in the chat box. We'll be moving to our next speaker, and by this time, feel free to ask her question in the chat box. She'll be responding to you. Shukarna, let us move to our last speaker of the session. He is from Bangalore, India, Secretary PS Bangalore chapter. And thank you, Chandra, for your contribution and for your presence and for your patience. Shukarna.
I'll be sharing. Yes, ma'am. I'll be sharing the screen with his bio now. I'll be introducing him. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Chandrasekhar Reddy Atla, Principal Engineer, PRDC, Bengaluru, Secretary, IEEE PES Bangalore Chapter. His topic is Impact on EVs on Local Distribution System. Dr. Atla received BTech degree in Electrical Engineering from Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, India in 2003. MTech degree from National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, India in 2008, and PhD from Visvesvaraya Technological University, Karnataka, India in 2017. Dr. Atla is associated with PRDC for the last 12 years. He is the member of IEEE and IEEE PES. He is the secretary of IEEE PES Bengaluru chapter. He has published 25 articles in international and national conferences and journals. He has executed and guided about 10 MTech projects, and currently 4 students are doing PhD under him. His areas of interest are electric vehicles and its impacts on grid, battery energy storage system and its services to grid, power system operation, power system planning, large-scale renewable integration and its impacts, energy management systems, hydrothermal coordination, wind, solar and load forecasting, insulation coordination, and EMTP studies. I'd like to request him to continue with his presentation now. So I'll be stopping the screen sharing so that we can continue.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the good introduction. I'm just sharing my presentation. Please confirm on that.
Yes.
Hope my screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir, it is visible now. Can you do full screen so that we can check? Yes, it's visible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So today I'm going to talk about impact of electric vehicle on local distribution grids, basically the distribution systems. So as already Bhuvaneshwari madam has already mentioned about power electronics devices and electric vehicles. So in this topic, I'm going to talk about on the distribution grid aspect. So for any power and energy engineer, so we asked to think about how to be the system in the future. If you take a small example, if any country government or maybe the regulators, they will design the policies or maybe regulations and tell about this is my target by for next 5 years or 10 years, keeping about so many other factors. Let us take emission factors, those aspects. And once that target is decided by the country, then is the proactiveness of the power and energy engineers. In fact, all the categories of the engineers, it's not specific to that, but the planners has to come into picture and they has to think about what are the implications of these policies and targets targeted by the utility or maybe the government, and they has to plan the planning. So what are the lines are required as substations or lines or combination. If the planning is perfect, then the problems like poor voltage or overloading, network congestion, losses, or maybe the security issues also can overcome. If the planning is not perfect, and also when the operation comes into picture after 2 years, after 3 years, all the problems will come into picture and the system operators face a lot of issues. So considering that aspect, so this presentation concentrates on the planning of the distribution system if the high penetration of EVs come onto the grid. Let us see what are the technical impacts on the distribution grid. And as such, here you can just visualize that electric vehicles, if it is connected to the AC charging port, and there is an onboard charger which converts AC to DC, and then battery management system. And if it connected to the directly DC terminals, say as a fast charging stations at charging stations, then it's directly connected to the BMS. So this is the difference, little difference about onboard and offboard charge. So these are the standards given by the Automation Engineers Association, CAE, and also IEC. So different level 1 may not be applicable for the Asian countries, but level 2 level of fast charging is applicable, and where single phase AC chargers can be there, used for the charging at homes, also 3-phase. Similarly, fast charging, any charger having a capacity of 50 kilowatts or more will be categorized under the fast charging. Presently, the technology is available up to 250 kilowatts, so which generally will be used for the public transportation like a bus or a trucks. And here is the complete philosophy of the control of the electric vehicles. As you know about, compared to the present IC vehicles, electric vehicles give more flexibility for the control. So with reference to the power. So that is all due to the fast acting power electronics devices. So here you can see the digital control system, which is going to make the what is call it as switches, power electronics device on and off through the whatever the algorithm. Here is the pulse width modulation. So you can control charging from the left side grid to the battery, or battery to grid as per the instructions, or maybe the program control, and which will be linked with the digital control system. So that is how we'll get a full control on the system. Now let us see whether how this control of the system will help us to make a minimal impact on the distribution grids. And the one thing which is the battery energy storage systems. So there is a role for the battery energy systems at the grid side, even at the distribution side, taking the diversity, and also there is a role even for the EV charging stations. You can see on the right side. So if the persons wanted to do the EV charging through the grid, as well as a small or a good amount of roof will be there anyhow, because of the charging area is good amount will be there. And if you put up the rooftop solar, so he can charge the battery through the renewables, whereas but electric vehicles won't continue power, but your source is generated, so that you can do the charging of your battery, and later on you can discharge from the battery to electric. This is very much required not only for the RE when it is connected, and also if you have market prices like in Western countries. So means to say in the peak time your unit charge maybe 2 to 3 times of normal time, or maybe off peak time. So in that case also batteries can be charged in the night times, maybe off peak times, and then it can be discharged during the peak times. The advantage of that is, so you are not actually loading the grid during the peak time. So hence the distribution company no need to invest on the upgrading the transmission lines. So that is where the cost of the battery will get compensated. And as such, the future of the technology, surely you may already come across some of the pilots that are going on in India and other South Asian countries, and very much it is in use in China. So like swapping the batteries. So like the gas, we are not the owner of the cylinder, but we are the owner of the gas. Similarly, in the future, the batteries will be managed by some other party, let us say for your mobile operators. So, and we are the owner of only the charge available inside the battery. So all the communications protocols and the everything it supports, it is just a replacement, and the people no need to wait hours together, or maybe even fast chargers if you use 15 to 30 minutes. But here it can be within 5 minutes, it can be just swapped in the electric vehicles. And when you see now, that is the small intro about the electric vehicles, and you see what is the impact on the electrical system. As you know, once the electric vehicle is connected and you don't have any much control, people connect whenever they want it. In that case, you more electric vehicles, and as you know, all we use the mobiles. So similarly, batteries in the electric vehicles draws more current when it is initially connected, when their charging is very low. So that is the draws more of current if all vehicles connected in the distribution systems. So the 11 kV feeders will get overloaded. And similarly, there is a problem of voltage. Okay, so because more loads comes, your voltage will come down. And this already we very well know about in Bangladesh and India, the poor voltages, at least in the rural areas. For the tail end customers always will get poor voltage. The another impact is unbalance in the voltage. If the customers are connected in the different feeders under different loading levels, that means in one phase you have more electric vehicles, another phase is less. So then you will get unbalance in the voltage among the phases. Of course, losses, once it draws more current, losses also increase. And another more threat which generally people forget is the power quality aspects. So this will, because the wherever the power electronic devices are there, people has to be very careful. No harmonics should inject into the grid from the power electronic device. So it has to be designed perfectly with the required remedies like harmonic filters, those aspects. But if it is not happened, then the impact will be there on the life of transformers and power cables, and of course malfunction of the relays and capacitors. And if, as a earlier slide I have mentioned, if the control charging, if it is accepted, you can see on the right side, basically you are distributing the charging of the electric vehicles on the all other times, not at the peak time. So you are almost straightening the load curve, so that you are utilizing more of all the assets which are already there. If it is happened, so ideally speaking, the utilization of the assets in the power distribution will increase, so that there is no further burden on the distribution company for the infrastructure advancements. So hence there is no much impact on the tariff. If it's not the case, you see on the left side, if the people will try to connect whenever they want it, general phenomena is once we complete all our office works, all those things, it will be connected in the evening times where it is already in the peak. If you see here in the left side, if it is peak demand is increased 20% per se, and what happens, he has to all 11 kV lines, distribution transformers, grid transformers, everything he has to increase the investment 20%. So where it will go? Finally, it will come on to your tariff. Tariff will be increased. Maybe for control charging also, it is required a lot of infrastructure related to the computation facilities, communication, those things. But when you compare to left and right, the cost for the control is very less. Maybe in the 10% of the what is the cost you are going to put up on the left side. So that is where is it going to get advantage. So as we basically in India or maybe South Asian countries, we are at the initial phase, so it is a correct right time for us to adopt the control strategies, and we can move forward on that. And a similar exercise we did for one of the distribution companies in Delhi for the see the assessment how it happens if the penetration goes as per the government of India projections by 2030. This is one feeder we have modeled in our MyPower software, which is our company's proprietary software, which most of the Indian utilities are using from last 20 years. And the analysis which we have done is load flow. So that is one particular instance. Let us take peak time. And another did is dynamic analysis. The dynamic analysis which we had is every minute on minute, your load is varying. Similarly, your rooftop solar generation is varying. And the parallelly, your electric vehicles are connecting at the different parts of the feeder. So some maybe comes to the charging station, some may comes to the homes, maybe some are connected single phase, some are three phase, some electric vehicles when it is connected, maybe 20% charging. So we created a scenario, fictitious scenario where different scenarios is possible over 24 hours. And then we seen how it will impact the pattern out. And finally, the harmonics, which we already talked about. And this is the model which we developed with the control blocks in the MyPower software. And finally, when you want to do this exercise, the first and foremost is you have to segregate what type of different electric vehicles will come onto the system, like a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheelers, or maybe public transportation buses. And these are the projections as per the NITI Aayog targets by 2030. So not the total available vehicles, it is that new vehicles which people are going to purchase is this much percentage by 2030. And the charging locations are considered these things: home charging, office, public, mall, those aspects. And when it comes to the model, so there is a travel pattern is very much important if you want to analyze this system, and energy consumption, power consumption, and of course, what is the EV penetration levels in the future and EV charging strategy. So this changes where we call it as Europe people will charge it differently based on the locational aspects. Indian people will do that differently, and American people will do. So that's where you have to apply the international aspects. So after the performing this basic assessment, then it has been developed the detailed what you call it as a replication of the existing feeder and the performance what we observed from the SCADA data, and then we replicated in the application outputs. So to verify the model is within the results are within the limits or not. So and this is the how the load profile and the voltage as per the standard is within the limits. So once we validated the model, then we moved on to simulate this travel pattern which has been here. So to develop this travel pattern, what we adopted is, so we checked all the pilots executed in the Western countries, and then we applied Indian condition, basically the Delhi condition where the peak demand comes in the months of June to September. So okay, so those are the hot days in Delhi. So then Indian behavior. So this is the what is the travel pattern has come out as an outcome, has been done the simulation using the dynamic analysis. That means every minute or minutes variations in all three factors: load, rooftop generation, and EV chargings. And this the demand, little higher demand is going to come on that particular feeder load. And if you see the down diagram where of rooftop generation is expected to come over the next 10 years, if that is going to happen compared to rooftop generation, EV load is not going to play any role. So then it is a good opportunity for the distribution companies to offer low tariff during the morning times. That means high solar time. So that people, as long as you give low tariff, people will try to connect on reserves, if not under emergency in the morning times, so that it won't impact the grid much during the peak times. And also we simulated that in case if it is a fast charging station is located in that particular feeder, then the location of the charging station is very much important. If you plan the charging location at the tail end of the feeder, it is most dangerous if the voltage is already poor. So then in better position always it is the near to substation. But at the case, similar case, we don't find a place near to substation may not be the commercial location where the vehicles will come. So road also is the important. So considering all these factors, we are suggested for the selected feeders where they can place the charging station without any issues. And later on, we did one case to showcase if they adopt time of usage tariff or time of day tariff. So telling about, I will give you some subsidies. Then if you see here, the down right, that is the earlier travel pattern. If you implement time of day tariff, then the this is also simulated pattern. It is not the real because we are simulating for 2030. So this is the most of the people comes on to the morning time. So the evening times also there are some people because there's some purposely they wanted some other purposes of emergency or other conditions. So they will charge it even by paying more amount. So by referring that control and even public charging station also there in the particular feeder, it does not have much impact on the grid side. Still, if you see the peak demand in the night times still is increasing because peak will come in the night times also as because of the AC loads will be very high in the summer season. So the time of day tariff or time of usage will help up to certain extent, but not fully. So in that case, then the control charging is the only the solution for that. So initially, when the penetration of the electric vehicles won't go more than 5 or 10%, they can go for present systems. And if it goes little high, they can apply that time of day. And if it goes better still further, by the time the technology and digital facilities can be placed at the distribution control centers and can control the electric vehicles. With that analysis of the sample feeders, and finally, we extrapolated results at the complete distribution company level in the New Delhi. And this is the, what you call as the total energy requirement and present energy requirement. And the future by 2030, they will reach around 11,000. In that 11,000, so if you can see here, the contribution of electric vehicles will come 13.8. And if the distribution company won't adopt any control strategy or maybe time of usage, they has to invest on 12.3% because peak demand is going to increase by 12.3. So the investment in proportionally they has to put on the over 11 kV lines and the transformers and other components. So the solution for this is if the distribution company wanted to give a good tariff and then don't want to invest much on the facilities, so they can adopt the control charging, and we have shown the results telling about how the control charging is going to help it out. So with that, the overall picture which we have given assurance for the distribution company is that no need to panic about is going to damage my complete distribution, because the impact is not that much, because we can manage with a time of day or time of usage tariffs. If it is still required, it is easily can be handled by the control, what do you call it as charging, control charging, both from the grid to vehicle, vehicle to grid. More time, because the lot of algorithms and data analysis, everything very much required, because electric vehicles, if you take a city, it will be lakhs and lakhs. So that takes, but it's easy to do the charging controls comparatively. So slowly it can be implemented one by one. By the time we have a lot of time to come these penetrations, it minimum takes 5 to 10 years. So that's the recommendations which we have given to the distribution companies. So with with that, I conclude my lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Sedepa, are you here?
Okay, I was muted. So thank you, Dr. Atla, for your contribution. And it is a common problem in the subcontinent that, but analyzing the impact, it's very important. It is a very, I should say, the timely and very effective research that you have shared. So we have one question from Dr. Madhumita Das Sarkar. Can we make the local distribution system directly to the load from the PV system to avoid AC to DC loss? Would you please respond, Dr. Atla?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's possible, but it's required a lot of storage, basically distributed storage, because you need to maintain the frequency and the load is continuously varying. So your source should be flexible enough. So if you operate, basically it's a microgrid as a big microgrid. So like a complete city as a microgrid without the transmission of AC, but it's required a lot of storages to make the system stable. So at present it is not cost effective, but in the future, yes, everything is possible.
Okay, we have another question. Do you think of e-vehicles as tools of energy storage? Is it impactful, especially in the context of a large grid like one covering multiple states or even a whole country?
Yeah, that is the best solution in the future, because all the storage in the electric vehicles will be available and it is distributed, so that you don't feel that as a big trip of the storage like that, because at any point of time you have a storage. So it is possible, and that is going to happen in the future, but I feel it will take a lot of time to get technology. But it is not the technology is not there, but people to get use and do analysis. But yes, so electric vehicles provide a lot of storage support, even for the ancillary services like a frequency control, voltage control, those aspects.
Thank you. So another question from Shoaib. Previous question was from Mukul, and he's from India, if I'm not wrong, and Shoaib from Pakistan. Which charging method is more preferred in EVs? This is a question that's
actually, if you talk two answers for that, so if you want to hurry on that, then the fast charging is better. 15 minutes, you can go for the 100 200 kilometers, and if you want to refer to the battery life, then slow charging is always better, so that life will come more.
Thank you. So if you have more questions, please connect with Dr. Chandra in the chat box. Chandra will be there. That please, Shweb, you ask him private questions so that he one-to-one mapping can be happened and you can have one-to-one mentoring. And this is another thing for PES Women in Power, mentor and mentor program. Okay, Shweb?
Y- Yes, ma'am. Can I ask some questions, if you do not mind? Because I have some questions. There's too much difficulty to type in chat, so that's why I want to ask here rather than typing.
It's okay. It's okay because we are losing our time. You can ask.
Yes, yeah, Sir Chandra, please, can you sir tell me that which method is preferred? You said that battery. Which battery is preferable in EVs? Lithium-ion battery or cadmium sulfur battery? There are certain many types. If we use lithium-ion nowadays, lithium-ion battery is much more used in EVs. But my question is that which battery is more preferable and more reliable and efficient in terms of life, in terms of efficiency?
Yeah, actually, with my knowledge, I cannot answer that one. This is the chemical engineers or some manufacturing people can answer because I do not have that area expertise. Which battery technology is best? Sorry for that.
Thank you, sir. No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. So actually, we are at the end, but you know, our women contributors are so energetic. Our one speaker from China joined now, and actually she was supposed to join before. I really thank our speaker Jen Fei Chen for putting her effort to join now and share her contribution. Please, Shukonna, please share her bio so that she can start her presentation.
Yes, ma'am, sharing.
Yes.
I don't know if it's visible. Okay, I'll.
Are you ready?
Ready. Can you hear me?
It's very coming a little low, madam. If you could.
Oh, Shukonna is coming low.
No, ma'am, her voice is coming really low. I mean, I can barely hear it.
Oh, Jen Fei Chen. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. No, we can't hear you. So can you speak a little bit louder?
Okay, I will speak louder. Because I didn't prepare PPT, so I will do my report just by I read my my paper. Very sorry for that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to be invited to this online conference and share my life experience with you in the unforgettable year 2020. First of all, as the representative of IEEE members of Hohai University, I will introduce my school to you briefly. Situated in the old capital city Nanjing, Hohai University has a one-year-old long history and enjoys high percentage as a key comprehensive university under the direction supervision of the Ministry of Education. Hohai University has upgraded itself with good momentum of the development in hydraulic engineering and water resources and coordinate development of a wide array of disciplines covering engineering, science, economics, management, liberal arts, and law. It is one of the top ranked universities in China. Since the founding of the university in the early 20th century, Hohai University has among the most active universities in the carrying out international communication and cooperation. It has built close relationship with many first-class universities and research institutes. In carrying out international communications and cooperations, it was built close relationships with many first-class universities and research institutes around the world, such as Arizona University, U.S., University of Nebraska Lincoln, U.S., and so on. The format of the cooperation and the University of West Australia, the format of the cooperation includes faculty and students exchange, joint research students, joint degree programs, and bilateral and multilateral international conference, and so on. In the global world, Hohai University is vigorous promoting international communication and cooperations in multi-fields and through multi-channels, raising its teaching to international standards in every aspect. Above is the introduction of my school, and as a teacher of Hohai University, today my topic is middle-aged women teacher in the epidemic. Actually, I think it is my real experience. I will share with you here. I remember very clearly the first time I heard about the novel coronavirus was on January 19, 2020. It is because my husband was preparing for a small operation in the hospital that day. The operation finished soon, but the epidemic has just begun. The New Year Festival 2020 is very hard for me because I have to take care of my two babies. One is 1 year old and another is 3 years old. In addition to taking care of my husband. In the following days, as a family breadwinner, I spent a long winter vacation at home because we couldn't go out to do anything. During the period, I think my only contribution is making no trouble to local community and to my country. Such days did not last too long because school started. Apart from being a wife and a mother, I'm still a college teacher. I believe that online teaching has been an essential skill for all teachers this year. And there are students from all over the country in my class, as well as foreign students. I still remember the worries before the start of this semester. I prepared Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. Fortunately, advance in communication technology guaranteed the smooth operation of online teaching. Honestly, it is not as complicated as I thought. Sometimes I even thought that because of this invisible teaching way, those shy students can be braver to communicate with you online without having to care about others' perspectives. Therefore, if you talk about the contributions of this year, to me, it is ensure the normal progress of teaching activities as a qualified teacher. Speaking of the new corona epidemic, of course, it is a bad thing. It brings a lot of inconvenience and pressure to our society and people's life. But I think as a teacher and a scientific researcher, we should not only see the negative effects, but also see their positive effects. Then we can make full use of these positive effects. For example, due to traffic restrictions during the epidemic, we were unable to travel to participate in many academic activities. But at the same time, online meetings become more popular, just as we do now. We can listen to reporters from global experts at home, saving time and saving effort. For female researchers like me, It is a convenient way to learn new things. We can improve ourselves while taking care of our children and family. Since time is limited, my speech is over soon. Finally, I hope that with the help of IEEE PES and WRIP, more members, especially female members, can do better both in their career and family. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Celia.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Although it was low in voice, but we could understand your topic was very interesting. Middle-aged teachers in epidemic. So it was very interesting. It is very important for mid-career women and who are struggling hard in this pandemic to make a balance between their career and their research and their life. So I will request you to make a short report your speech and send it to us so that we can share it tomorrow with other participants, because this is very important to make a balance between our work and family and continue our PES career in this pandemic. Thank you, Dr. Chen, for your kind contribution.
Thank you. I will send you a video just after the meeting.
No problem, no problem. Take your time.
Thank you very much.
Tomorrow we'll play.
Thank you.
It's night in China.
Yes, it's a very night, middle night.
It's late night. So we almost at the end, and we did very well. That by 37 minutes gap, we could finish our whole program. We could accommodate our all program, and we could listen to diversified community, top leaders of PS from our speakers from Hong Kong, Australia, New Zealand, China, and also from India, North India and South India. So we have actually covered the big membership of Women in Power who can inspire us by their good practices. Now I will request very quickly our PS E-News editor, Professor Fattah, to share how PS E-News can serve as a showcasing platform for the Women in Power members to recognize their potential. Professor Fattah.
Thank you, Professor Celia. So I have seen a lot of women leaders are here. So maybe another screen. Okay, now it's good. So I think you can see my screen. So my job here is to tell you one very important thing. When I know you are working very hard, different women in power, individual volunteers, your effort is also in a different group level. So one important thing to publicize, important thing is to publicize your articles among other people so that other women then who will be understanding your contribution and they can actually learn from it and start from here. So that's why I'm just presenting a few slides for you from E-News update. So perhaps if you are IEEE PES member, sorry. So I just want to show you live one thing, that if you are a PES member, then you will be getting this type of can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your screen.
My screen or slide?
Slide, both.
So now it's an email. Can you see the email?
Yes.
So this email comes to all PS member. Year August 2020, IEEE PS E-News update. So just please click on that So you'll be at a glance can get a lot of information going on all over the world. So every PES news contains at first a voice from the Board of Governor. For example, this Agustine News is covering Miriam P. Sanders. So Miriam is a very veteran and long experienced IEEE volunteers, and she is now Division 7 Director. So it's a huge achievement, and she is also from Women in Power. You can see that. So you can see her voice here, and then different newses are there. So you can scroll down and you'll be finding all valuable news going on there. Generally 10 to 15 articles we accommodate in one particular e-news update. That is my suggestion. Please don't ignore that. And if you don't yet IEEE PES member, you are not an IEEE PES member, don't worry. We have it in our website, so you can get these information from the website. So you just have to browse, and you just have to type IEEE e-news, IEEE PES e-news update. It's a PES e-news update. So I am the editor for this one from 2016 onward. So you can see that even in 2017 we have articles, and you can see articles specially we focus on women in power events. For example, women in power events in Latin America. So in this way, I have to edit all these things, and then that's why I am very familiar with all of your activities, because in each and every line I have to read, and I appreciate the effort made by all the volunteers right after doing the events. But many of you don't want to spend any time right after the event. You become so tired. But I fervently pray, please don't waste a single moment and send the article to IEEE PES e-news. Thanks to Romi. She is a Women in Power chair, and she is also contributing significantly, because whenever there is a very good event from Women in Power, he just forwards it to me. For example, this is one event I remember in November 2009. So IEEE PES Women in Power in Xi'an, China. So in this way, it's not necessary it has to be very big. So few photographs, 5-6 photographs, along with some small description you can send. Don't think about the English. We'll be editing throughout your things. Sometimes I have seen many of you just use Google Translate. It's fine, no problem. So please send it. We'll be corresponding you if we don't understand anything. So in this way, e-news update is containing, it's an archival, so it will not be removed. So your events will be there. So in future, when you are presenting, you can easily refer to these events. So we are covering articles from all over the world. Almost every month we get news from different women in power. So you can see that news from Latin America, news from China, news from India. So everywhere, women in power, wherever they are doing any event. So I appreciate if you kindly send those news to e-news update. So feel free to send contact with Professor Celia. So she's the Region 10 coordinator of this Women in Power. So it's fine. So she can also help you or guide you there. So I am also there. I can help you to write and publish these Women in Power articles in e-news update. It's every month. Every month we are publishing Women in Power. And you can see the award news. You can see some other Board of Governors news. You can see the conference news. Everything is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fattah, for sharing and reminding us about this very important activity. We are here for this Congress. We are here. We want to enhance and engage and empower each other by our activity. But our activity needs to be showcased or documented somewhere. And that's why Dr. Romi has shown our Women in Power website. But it is important that we need to send it to IEEE PES e-news update so that all PES members, even the non-members, will be able to know us, and they will be interested to know that how women in power activity will add value to their life, and it will eventually increase IEEE PES Women in Power membership. Thank you for your valuable contribution.
Thank you.
With that said, I want to, if anybody has any comments, I really request you to join tomorrow. We have more exciting sessions, and actually we need to learn from each other. We need to listen from each other. So that is important. And with that said, Dr. Omi, do you want to say last few words so that we can close day one for today and say thanks to everyone who participated?
Yes, I'm still here, and I think I learned a lot in this meeting, especially the last one, the e-news update. Yeah, I remember, before, but I should remind of our team members, and we need to, recognize volunteers' work, So through e-news, actually, is more influential and than our WIP website. And from actually, thanks for the organizer, Celia and their team, and every participants. It's for me, every time I joined this Region 10, no, every region, but especially Region 10's activities, I think I learned a lot. And I hope this kind of activity will continue. We'll have more people to be actively participant. And thanks for all.
Thank you, Romali. I want to recognize the contribution of my team. Nafisa, are you here? Nafisa has worked very hard with me. Prepared those bio. Can you just open your video, Nafisa, because you really worked day and night with me. Yes, Nafisa. She is working in one of the biggest power and energy industry in our country, private sector, energy pack. And despite her office work, she's day and night working with me. We recognize your contribution, and it is a hope. She also has a power and energy interest, but she works in one of the biggest telecom industry in the country. And she is our Women in Engineering treasurer. It is a hoax. Thank you for your contribution. And our Women in Engineering chair, Anamika Bhakto. She is a very high. Anamika, can you say hello to everyone who are reading bio? Actually, she is a COVID survivor. Actually, she has lost her father in COVID, but she is working hard. She was reading the bio, and she was in charge of the social media. And also our young volunteer Shukonna. Can you show your face, Shukonna?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, who was our lead host. She was acting like a very matured volunteer, but she was our little David, and she was running the polls. So we learned a lot from you, Shukonna. Your support was very important today. And our host is our IEEE Bangladesh section event manager, Azmain. Azmain, are you here? He was actually our event manager when actually they did a lot of support to us. So we had 3 entities, IEEE PES Women in Power, where we invited all PES chapters. We have our IEEE Bangladesh section who provided this Zoom link and all other virtual support. And also we have our Women in Engineering affinity group. Many of them are not PES member yet. So I request all of you after the Congress become the PES member and start from here and inspire others to be PES members. This is an opportunity to listen to all from Dr. Jessica, Dr. Lemi, and Dr. Romy, and many other stars, I should say. Their life is a contribution for us, and this is a good learning that we don't need to read books. We spend 4 hours and we read a whole book, and the book for learning, that is very, very important. The participants or the contributors who could not join today, I'm sure they have missed a lot. And the people who have joined today, they have learned a lot. I think this experience will make you far ahead in your peer group. With that hope tomorrow we will meet, and we will meet our partner WePower, that's the World Bank initiative, and we will meet our other speakers tomorrow from China, Australia, and other speakers. And stay tuned, please support us also tomorrow. I celebrate and I feel gratitude and express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your kind contribution, for keeping the session active. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you very much. Thank you all. So do you want to take a closing photo? That who stayed up to last minute? Please take it. Yes. Yes, please take it. Please open up your camera and please help us.
Requesting all to open your camera, please.
Hi, Gunjan.
Hi, Dr. Sanas.
Is there any speaker?
Romy is here.
Oh, yeah. I just want to ask you tomorrow.
Now taking the picture of the second.
Same time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's done.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow we'll try to do better. Thank you.
Yeah, you are very good. Okay, thank you.
Today we'll...
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you, Celia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Celia, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing.
I've provided the feedback form again in the chat box.
Madhumita speaking.
Oh, Madhumita di, how are you?
আরে তোমাকে তো পাওয়াই যায় না সবাই গেছে then I will be just about to talk to you মানে for a long time I was waiting for you but no way there is
কল করো
আচ্ছা কল করব কি স্কাইপে আর গুগল মিটে ওই তো প্রফেসর ভাতা is there also মনে আছে তো আমাকে
জি মধুমতি দিয়েছি মনে আছে
ঠিক বলেছেন মধুমিতা আচ্ছা শোনো মানে আমি পিএস চ্যাপ্টারে রয়েছি আগে থেকেও কিন্তু ঘটনাটা হচ্ছে আই এম ফ্রম ইলেকট্রনিক্স নট ফ্রম ইলেকট্রিক্যাল সো আই অ্যাকচুয়ালি ওয়ান্ট টু মার্জ দ্য থিংস বাই বিকজ ওই ওরা বলছিল না এমপিপিটি চার্জ কন্ট্রোলার হ্যানা ত্যানা ডিসি ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন সিস্টেম and in the near future it is coming I think so the communication has a real part আর একটা যেটা খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট আমি একটা ডিএসটি প্রজেক্ট পেয়েছি and I want to make a installation design
আচ্ছা
মানে that means design for installation
তোমার কি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আছে
হ্যাঁ হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আছে প্লিজ কানেক্ট করো তোমার সাথে একটু কথা বলতে চাই
তোমার ফোন নাম্বারটা এখানে চ্যাট বক্সে লিখে দাও আমি এখনই কানেক্ট করছি
হ্যাঁ
আলাদা কথা বলি গ্রুপ থেকে বেরিয়ে
হ্যাঁ yes now is there any person here no
আচ্ছা তুমি লিখে দাও চ্যাট বক্সে
হ্যাঁ
For the participants, I'll be providing the feedback form again and we'll be keeping the meeting on for another 2 minutes so that you can collect the feedback form and then we'll be closing the meeting for today.
Thank you, Sukarna. Because without the feedback form, we really cannot issue the e-certificate. Because if the log, so officially 2 minutes.
Sukanya, we have already filled the form 1 hour ago. Is it
Yes,
possible to refill again, or it's enough?
I mean, if you want, if you've done it already, then it is enough. But if you want to, and if you feel like you've provided inadequate information, then you could do it again if you want to. But if you've
Okay,
done it
okay,
once,
sure.
then it's enough.
Sure, thank you, Sukanya, Ma'am Celia, thank you.
Thank you. So please take your time and fill up the feedback form and help us. Otherwise, it takes time to check the log, and if there is no email address in the log, we cannot issue.
Please collect the feedback form from the chat box so that we will be closing the meeting in 1 minute now. I believe everyone must have collected it already. So, ma'am, with your permission, shall we end the meeting for the day?
Jessica is already there, still now there. Jessica, are you there? Hi, Jessica. We close.
She's still in the participants list.
So you officially close it.
Okay, then I'll be ending the meeting officially now, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for attending today. I'll be ending the meeting now. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you all.